A very good morning, colleagues. For the straddlers, we will be making a prompt start at 9 on the money. Please find your seats. There's enough time for the song that's going to be on in the background, so we're good to go. Thank you, Rach. Pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be starting in the next 2 minutes. Please make your way down to your seats. Good to go? A very, very good morning to you colleagues, partners, distinguished guests. Welcome to the City of Cape Town's EPCM Forum and Excellence Awards for 2025. Today, we bring together technical experts, managers, leaders, policymakers to share insights and advance our shared goal of sustaining high performance in municipal engineering and project delivery. Thank you to the C3PM management team for making this event happen. Thank you to all of our sponsors and our partners and our organizing team, and most importantly, you, our esteemed guests. Thank you for being with us today. Just some housekeeping. As you would have seen on your way in, there are restrooms. Most of the activity will take place on this floor, the 6th floor, and the 5th floor today. You will find that at all of the entrances and roaming around the event are event experience coordinators or EECs. They are marked with blue tags. So if you are uncomfortable, please find one of them and they will gladly sort you out. Lunch will be served in the banqueting hall a little bit later on. You're more than welcome to scan the QR codes as you guys came in. The full program, all of the breakout sessions, the leaders, the speakers are all found on that particular website. Phones on silent, please. And if you want to engage on social media, we've had a massive run up to this event on LinkedIn, on Facebook, all over the place, on the city's website. Please, we are going under the hashtag EPCM 2025. Before I allow the CFO to formally open up this event, I'd like to welcome Mr. Sterrenberg-Jooste. He's from Operations Manager and Facilities Management, who will take us through the evacuation.
Hi, good morning, colleagues. Welcome. Just got to quickly brief you on emergency evacuation procedures. So you are obviously in council chambers, but you'll be going between the podium 6th floor and 5th floor today. So from this chambers, maybe if you can put up that evacuation route map, that one that you can barely see, but it just shows obviously there's enough evacuation routes out of this premises. If there is a PA announcement that you need to evacuate the building, obviously just go to your nearest exit. The exits are marked. You will either move to the front where you came up most probably for your D&E, or at the back for your G&H. You will go down to ground floor, exit the building, and I will, if possible, throw up the assembly points outside. Yes, as I said, it's the same from banqueting hall. It's the same from your meeting rooms where you're going to be meeting. There's enough signage. It's clear signage. You just need to follow the green man that shows you where the exit is. In the event, if there's a double knock, the lifts will ground, so you will have to use your stairwells. Any other announcements that will be made will be over the PA system of the building. So you are in good hands. I don't know if you can show maybe the second one, where the assembly points is, please. And that's just to show you where the assembly points are for the assembly points. One is in Woodstock parking area, which is to your right, to my right. The one is by Artscape. So if you go across by Albert Atuli, our main entrance, you just walk across the Piazza Center. That's where the the red one is. The blue one is the Woodstock parking area that we spoke about. And the yellow one is on Station Deck, where you just go across the walkway, and there's an assembly point sign there. If anything else, obviously, any problems, we'll pick it up on our systems, on the CCTV, or obviously somebody will give us a shout. Thank you.
Thank you, Stellenberg. Gives me great pleasure to welcome the CFO, Mr. Kevin Jacoby, to the podium, who will be doing our welcome address. Welcome.
Are these things supposed to be on a Monday morning after a rugby match? Who travelled in this morning? Are you all like familiar with Civic? You work here every day, or do you travel in for an occasion like this? So it's like meeting new people today. So anyway, who travelled in? Do you travel from different depots? Or do you all work out of Civic or out the tower? No one's going to be responsive today. Who won the rugby match on Saturday? So just remember, I'm also selling signatures today. Apparently I made it onto DSTV with a big belly laugh, as they called it. But first time that I've been on TV, so I'm selling signatures today. I'll be waiting outside after this welcoming address. But I promise you, I felt this morning, by the way, my name's Kevin. I've been working here for the last 14 years. I've met a couple of people over the last week. Somehow I'm getting profiled in your space quite often recently. It's making me absolutely nervous. I feel like my nose is out of joint. Who's met me recently? Where's water services? Yes, if I catch one of them not lifting their hands. So I've got some allies in the room. Who's from community services and health? I've got some more allies. Ben, you say I'm getting some friends along the way now because they know me. They also know that virtually I don't look like this, okay? Because my picture is 10 years younger. And I trust you all doing the same thing by leaving those pictures young virtually, and then what you really see is something different in the other side. If I may then just, as well as Kevin, acknowledge the fact that I'm between quite a big group of engineers, project managers, contract managers, and so forth, all interested in the topic. But I want to acknowledge a person that I deeply care for that's here this morning, but I'm actually angry with that person as well. It's a person that is battling to find some rhythm. And Gerard, if you don't mind me acknowledging you, everyone here understands how passionate you feel about engineering in the city of Cape Town. But if you can give Gerard a round of applause, please, if you don't mind. For you that don't know, Gerard is running a professionalism program here in the city of Cape Town. There are interns, he tutors a lot of professionals within the city. But he recently had open heart surgery, and he's had a tough time in and out from the ICU just recently, like last week, I think he was back into the ICU. But today, he traveled in from Grootbrak, and he was not having it any other way, even after Ben threatened to fire him just because he wants to be in your particular space. So you've got to really acknowledge a guy like that. He wanted to be here with you today. Give him another round of applause. There's probably many other people that I need to acknowledge, but there is one special person that took a bad turn over the weekend. Can I just see by a raising of hands? Does anyone know Peter de Vries? Yeah? Okay, so just keep him in your thoughts, please. He was hospitalized on Saturday. He was on his way to the rugby match, but had extreme pain in his neck, and his whole disc in his neck has shifted, and he has to have surgery tomorrow, where they're going to fuse in some of his vertebrae. Just a freak thing happened to him. It just shows how fragile we are and why we need to spend time getting to know each other a lot so we can support each other even when we have moments of weakness. It does not mean that anyone gets out of collaboration meetings. So just letting you know. But most of you probably don't come to that. So good morning to everyone. I'm proud to be your colleague. Can I just quickly then also understand, I'm probably repeating myself over and again, practical project implementers. How many of you are here? Can you just lift your hands? How many engineers do we have? We know from water services it's not just engineers that implement projects. Can we just have a show of hands of engineers here in the room? Project managers, just do it. Okay. So one thing that I want to say to you is that there is a big distinction between what happens here at the City of Cape Town and other municipalities. Something that really makes us proud is the technical skill that we have to deliver our capital programs within the city. And many other municipalities are probably wondering how we attract people here to the City of Cape Town. I still don't know what the essence of that is, or what that remedy is, or whatever that recipe looks like. But I certainly can tell you that we're very proud to have everyone that is capable of implementing projects, no matter whether you're a project manager or an engineer or any other profession that you have that might be supporting engineers. I see Munip sitting there. He's a stalwart within the administrative space. Just maybe, Munip, maybe you sometimes don't see your worth, but engineers here would understand absolute the worth of you keeping that office going together with Byron and so forth. But so acknowledgements then from my side, besides the professionals that are here, Ben, is to acknowledge your group, C3PM. Rob, I know that you've taken over quite a big role in C3PM recently, but when I see you people rallying around this professional group that's here today, we're all extremely proud of you, and thank you for doing that and making this occasion possible. All line departments that are here, that's you. Very grateful to meet you, have you here in the council chamber. Thank you for giving up your day job. I hope that you've left people to implement projects still, because there's big milestones that we need to achieve. And of course, Ben, I understand that you have some sponsors here, reviewers as well. I understand that there's an education opportunity as well. You can register some very good points in your own professional stream, so that's all lekker as well. Johan, why are you here? You're supposed to be on Project 2 billion. Anyway, I understand that this year, and I think it's quite opportune for us, that we are talking today about sustaining high performance in the City of Cape Town. I want to tell you that in my experience in the City of Cape Town, that we seem to work off plateaus, and we're ready to bounce off the current plateau that we have. So in the City of Cape Town, what we have seen is that probably 4 or 5 years ago, we plateaued and become complacent with delivering projects to the value of probably 6.5 billion. We went through an all low at some stage, and we delivered at one stage, or that particular time, 5.6 billion, and then we were just like entirely embarrassed. The pressure that you felt and the pressure that you then responded to elevated the city from a 5.6 billion level of spending up to a 9.4 billion. Give yourselves a round of applause. And that is remarkable. And when you decided to leave that plateau of 5.6 billion, you did it at the right time. You did it in the right context, and we appreciate, and this is why you get so much support behind you as well, because we are ready to bounce off then that 9.4 billion plateau that we've had. We've had it now for 2 years running, between 9.2 and 9.4, but the patience in us is running out, so we need to take it one step higher. And I know there's no free funding in the world, but we're quite well aware that national funders through the Division of Revenue Act are ready to dump funding with organizations that are prepared to improve the lives of people. You are instrumental in that part. Imagine walking around the City of Cape Town, meeting a fellow ratepayer, knowing that you are capable of creating such a sustained high performance level that the national government is prepared to take money away from other metropolitans where there's struggles, fraud and corruption, etc., and low levels of skill, and able to dump it here with the City of Cape Town. Whether it's dumping or not, we don't care. We need to make sure that we've got the officials that can pick it up and deliver services. And why I say it's so important to have you here is also today for me to be able to explain to you that your performance isn't in isolation from the entire city. First of all, we wanted to thank you for the professionalism and the stability that you give to the City of Cape Town, to its politicians, to its other members of management that are here, but in particular to the citizens. If we didn't have you here, we wouldn't be delivering at the level that we are at this moment. They wouldn't be experiencing the quality of Cape Town. No matter what politics does, and whatever it says, etc., at some stage, someone has to put the money where their mouth is, right? And you are definitely part of those arms, and I know that you're appreciated through the entire city, no matter what the profession is that is assessing you. So what you have is an organization as well in your base that has a highly performing, qualified individuals, strong institutional memory. We love it. We see that institutional banking, that memory banking that you have, the way that you guys anticipate those mind maps within the organization and how you navigate your days. But political and administrative stability, me being here 14 years is stable, isn't it? Come on, guys, man. Don't fall asleep while I'm there. It's the worst thing you can imagine. Strategic investments that we have. I mean, I love to see these big investments. I know when Jordan joined the city and I was acting city manager for 2.5 months while we were waiting for Lungelo to return from a very personal sabbatical that he needed to have. One of the things that he wrote to me about was sleepless nights, and he's scared that as a politician he would come into this organization and wait for 5 years before he could see any major capital works within the city. And that like broke my heart. I mean, how do you bring a politician into an organization and wait 5 years before you see a spade go in the ground? Not deliver that piece of capital, just a spade in the ground. And if you look at our planning process at that stage, if you look at our supply chain management process at that stage, if you go into the contract management side and then the delivery side, forgive me, not even in the delivery side, before you could do any major capital, 5 years to go. We delivered that big piece of infrastructure, Gerard, within 8 months. Okay, and I'm so grateful to the people in the room that made that possible. There are some big brains behind it. And ever since Potsdam was delivered, as an instrumental part that we could have shovel ready and see that implementation taking gift that keeps on giving, because all we've seen is big infrastructure coming through the system. But don't worry, we not only look at the Billionaires Club, we know that everyone, no matter how big that project is important for the city. Resilience in crisis management. A lot of people ask me, Kevin, what are we going to do if SAPOA wins the court case against us? What are we going to do if NERSA wins the court case against us when we lose 4.2 billion here, and we lose 1.9 billion here? Should we not be dialing the city back at this particular stage so we can be risk averse in case we need to pick up that tab? The answer is we've created such a momentum in the city. There's no time to be skittish. There's only time to deliver services. Can you imagine, after what we've built as a professional organization, if we were to even think about dialing back your ability to be able to deliver? You think that you get depressed sometimes and overwhelmed by what our expectations are. Have you ever seen an engineer without a budget? Which one do you want? Come on, guys. Do you want a budget? You want to feel that pressure of delivery? Have you ever worked in an organization when you say, join me, you're going to deliver services and you've got no budget? Tololo. How do you build your CV? So, Raj, you're supposed to be training. Okay. So we are resilient as an organization and we don't fear those outcomes. What we will do is deal with it when those judgments are given. And as an organization, we'll embrace each other and find those solutions. But slowing down is not a choice for us. Financial discipline, I wanted to thank all of you. You know, I see EMT members change from time to time. I see politicians change from time to time. Our stability lies in exactly the people that I'm talking to now. And I want to thank you as the CFO of the city for the level of resilience that you do show in financial management. I'm sorry that it's painful. I really am sorry about that. I wish it could be different. But when you deliver those quality services and people start celebrating, knowing that you did it in a clean way where you experienced no corruption, is also very rewarding for us as an organization. So I wanted to thank you. A round of applause to all of you for that level of financial resilience. We're going to be moving this next year to a different level of resilience, and we're really thinking about how do we remove contingencies from your particular space, but still providing that insurance so that you do not have to always say, yes, we capital spent, we got to 92%, but the actual delivery output from us was at 82% because of the differential within contingency. So I'll make a commitment that I'm looking for solutions so you can see that direct or that minimization between those two particular ratios. Community-centered service delivery, we know that you are in love with your community. Sometimes you deliver services in those communities under very trying circumstances. And some of you, when you present on some of the conflicts that you experience with communities, etc., you do it in such a noble way. But at the end of the day, us sitting in these air-conditioned offices do acknowledge the fact that you're in these communities. Probably some of you are so confused by why would you experience such a conflict when in fact what you're trying to do is a good. And I'm really sorry about that. We keep on working together. We've got very intelligent people behind the scenes. And please believe me when we say that a rand is not worth saving when it comes to your life. So please do us a favor. Keep on talking to us about those experiences so we can always capacitate ourselves to be able to serve you well while you're on the ground. Okay? So thank you for doing it under trying times. And of course, what we do celebrate is CFO collaboration meetings. Seriously, guys, who comes to those collaboration meetings? They're lekker. It's like a reunion. Okay, don't feel common. But we'll carry on with them. And I said to Water Services, I'm tired of always having to create the dynamic there. In fact, I shouldn't say that. I've noticed a change that's taking place in collaboration meetings. In collaboration meetings, I want to see a lot more ownership by line, Ben. We both experience it that way. That is your platform. The more you start owning it, we'll always have common data that we'll share with each other because it's good to have a conversation topic, Carl. It's absolutely important to have a topic to talk about. But more importantly is how do you use those occasions to be able to celebrate your own work. So come into those particular spaces to ask for help. I've learned more from collaboration meetings than yourselves. What I'm going to be doing is when Peter is better, and I hope that that operation doesn't keep him incapacitated for so long, is that I know that most of you probably don't know me. And I'm hoping that you do become familiar with me and that it's not that difficult to send me an email when you're stuck. There's no such thing as a stupid question or a silly level of help that you need, because if it means for me that you can go from 50 kilometers an hour to 100 kilometers an hour just by telling me, CFO, I'm just feeling a little bit awkward here. If I could just have help here. Johan Fowler experienced it with his team this last week. When you send that email, I'm not looking for glory. My glory sits within you. If you can be proud, I know that it benefits the city. And I'm not trying to take a humble position. It's so nice to see a project manager that walks around with a tail in the air. Nice and proud about those delivery mechanisms that they have. But Johan, I also hope that you get to speak about true collaboration and how we're going to hold hands through the next 2 years. We're going to hold each other's hands tight. We're going to face the world together, but we're going to deliver your project 2 billion together with you. And you're going to take all those accolades yourself. Okay. But thank you for opening up your heart to us, to allow us to come and ask you all those critical questions. And I hope you get a chance to talk so that everyone else can feel how positive it is. Then people outside of your profession pick up areas where you don't feel as strong and they can advise you different, Johan. So please, at some stage, so people don't fear my office. But what I wanted to say to you is we're going to be launching a button. Like the stupid button. Is it called the stupid button? The stupid raw button. You can just say stupid Kevin button. I don't care how stupid. Most of you, if you see it, just like visualize my face and throw darts at it. It's fine. Okay? But we're going to release something like that when Peter's better. I'm so excited about it because even a junior person that's never seen me but just understands the process and is just stuck, no matter how awkward it is, doesn't even have to tell me their name. I must just be able to get to them so I can rescue them. But there will be no excuse about taking time, working through an escalation method, etc. I promise you one thing, that whatever data we collect from when you press that button, whatever it's going to be called, maybe we can name it here, Ben. Maybe they can be one of your themes, right? Okay, name it, but give it a silly name. I don't like professional names, okay? Give it a silly name. But I promise you it will have a reaction time that will impress you. I will build the professionals behind there that all they want to do is pick you up and carry you through the corridors and help you deliver your projects. Is that happen? Round of applause for me. I'll ask you to clap so I can read because I'm a little bit slow. Okay, so please just remember why you're here. You're here for a specific reason. Yes, Maureen, I even see you sitting there. And you've got such a bright color on, I didn't recognize. Hello, Maureen. But please, while you're here, I want you to remember why you're here. Even when it gets tiring, time seems to be ticking by slowly, is that you've got this whole idea around sharing, listening to others, but of course, it is that sustaining of high performance. Please note as well that you'll be breaking up into different sections. Your team in C3PM and those that have been advising, they really have thought about it. You might not be able to go to everything, so apportion yourselves nicely. But remember, this whole theme is focusing then on purpose, balance, and focus. I'm not going to go through that. That's going to become like a song. Eventually, by the way, in AR, you can give it keywords and it sings a song. So by the end of this occasion, maybe we type that in. Maybe we give you a song. I tell it to sing a song back to me that I'm handsome, but it doesn't want to do it. So, okay. So I don't want to, for me, I want to acknowledge C3PM. I want to acknowledge all the stakeholders, the external people that are here. Thank you for giving the city of Cape Town such hope within these programs as well. I know there's a person from ShopRite. Not here yet? Is it yours? Not yet. Okay. But I also know that the external stakeholders that are here, Ben, I really appreciate the fact that they've come on board with you to share different insights, etc., and for them also to hear how the city of Cape Town becomes such a highly powered instrumental driver in terms of infrastructure delivery. But I know that you've also got a famous person joining you here. Is he here yet? Mr. Suleiman? Where is he? Where's his car? He's not here yet? Is he walking in? Where? Come on, man. At the door. Don't you want to call the oak in? Is he outside? He's coming along. When he comes in, we give him a round of applause, okay? This is like a famous guy. When everything's going wrong, he's the first person that puts his foot into the dwang, eh? Okay. We'll give him a round of applause now. But thank you to those external stakeholders. Before he comes in, so we can surprise him as well, the theme is obviously sustaining high performance. And it's obviously continuous with a commitment to learning, collaboration, and innovation in the space of challenges. Okay, so that's what it is. Guys, is he coming in? Like, has he developed a limp or something? Before he comes in, my last note is please active participation. Get to know people. Ask questions. There's no such thing as a silly question. Someone said one day, yes, let's give it. So please remember, and thanks for that, and morning to you, sir. And then just remember, please, active participation. There's no such thing as a silly question. If you look around this room, you might be looking at someone intelligent and scared to put up your hand. But guess what? He might or she might be just as stupid as you based on that particular question. And someone else might learn from you. So please ask those questions, okay? Can we do that? What does that say? They say you're only stupid up to the point where you ask the question. Am I right? Okay. Ask the question because I can tell you someone else doesn't know the answer in the room, and you then multiply that kind of effort and education. Okay? And then forge connections, guys. How many of you are level 4 teams? No one. So you're all more senior. How many of you are level 15s? All higher? Or you lower? Who's all level 12s here? Nothing. You guys are not even hearing me. Any level 12s here? One. Level 13s? Some hands are coming. 14s? 15s? Don't be shy now. We know the salaries behind these things, man. If you're single and you're a guy and you lift up your hand, the ladies are all looking. Yeah? So, okay. But important for you, please. I want to tell you, forge connections while you're here. It is so important because what we see is project managers and professionals within this space, they trade so easily between the directorates. So learn from a high-performing one, go to another one that's struggling, etc. But keep up with those connections. It might be that you pick up a friend here as well. That's if in similar problems to you, and you can share connections again through your professional career here at the City of Cape Town. Okay, I've got some friends that I collaborate with continuously, and I know that I can call them at any time of the day, and they don't see my name come up and say, "Jeez, it's that bugger again." Okay, you've got to have a person that when your name comes up, say, "Shut, it's this one. I'm going to help him, or I'm going to get a solution." Guys, give yourselves a round of applause again. And then, Doc, I'm going to leave. You probably wouldn't know who I am, so I'm going to leave with that kind of protection. But I'm Kevin. I'm from the City of Cape Town. I was asked just to be a little bit light-hearted and just dial people in. But I know that you are the guest speaker here, Doc. And we as members of... Okay. As City of Cape Town officials and as residents within South Africa, no one would not know who you are when you come forward. But if I may just recognize you, welcome you here to the podium. If you don't mind, Carl, I'll just call the doc straight away, but the platform is yours from now. I'll leave at this particular point, but you're welcome here at the City of Cape Town. Council chamber. There's generally, when you come to council meetings here, not the best things are said to colleagues, etc. There's a lot of fighting that goes between politicians, but today, you're between friends that want to learn from you. So thank you for joining us. Thank you. Give them a round of applause.
Colleagues, can I just acknowledge the CFO one last time for that inspiring welcome address? And I will be taking him up on that challenge to name his stupid little button. Any ideas, you're more than welcome to email me, colleagues. All right, this is my time to shine. We're going to have a little bit of fun here. Even though we're a little bit more formal, I want you all just to relax. Can I have my mentee up, please? While I do my introduction. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Imtiaz, once again, and to all of our distinguished guests. So For those of you that don't know me, I am Carl Phoebus, or KT for short. I head up the EIU within C3PM under the FPR Directorate for CCT. On behalf of EMB, PPMU, PPMRB, CMU, the DA, and the CMO teams, welcome. And of course, as a PRN, CNI engineer with EXA, specializing in ADMS, SCADA, and working to promulgate IC 61850 and SANS 1563, it's my pleasure to be your MC today. Nowadays, my time is focused on Team EIU, managing the WLMS, but holistically, I enable line to win MTREF by MTREF in adherence with SCM policies and the MFMA to achieve the IDP for FY26. Now, if you understood any of that, congratulations. You are officially fluent in acronyms. And if not, don't worry, because today we're going to have a little bit of fun with the alphabet soup for the city of Cape Town. So let's see who can claim that prize. I need you all to whip out, this status quo, whip out your phones. I need it in lens mode for you to scan the QR code. We're going to have a little bit of fun with my segment. I'll allow 30 seconds for that to happen. Right, are we ready to rock and roll? I'm loving it. I'm seeing fingers and thumbs up. That's excellent. Colleagues up there, we ready? I see a couple of hands there. I see a couple of hands on the far side there. There's some thumbs up. First one up, colleagues. What abbreviation do we use most often at work? Any takers? I think the longest one is probably SACPMP. That's the one that I know of. And we've got some colleagues here from that organization, statutory organization. BRB, who does that? Is that an MS Teams thing? MFMA, SCM, CRMS. God, we're starting to sound like swear words here. IDP, C3PM. Oh, that's not an abbreviation. PSPs. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Excellent. Thank you. Now I've got everybody's attention. I'm going to hit you up. Any last entries? Sure. You guys are very serious about finance. I see MFMA right at the beginning there. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to the second slide. Right, this time around, I want us to be a little bit creative outside of the City of Cape Town context. What is the longest abbreviation you've ever seen, whether in your engineering life, whether in your project management life, whether in your contract management life, or anywhere in between? We got SACPP. I knew that was going to rise to the top. And some of them don't have your spelling right there, Mr. President. Oh no, what is that? Is that a paragraph? Triple PFA, some of the old regulations here, ST verb. Ooh, that's a nice one. LGFIDPM. I know what it means. Looking for Taufik, who's pushing that agenda. He's around. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Mish, next slide. Right. So, now I want us to take a stab at how many abbreviations or acronyms we have in the city collectively. Sure. 5. Keeps going. Keeps going. Keeps going. Got a lot of takers for over 700. Keeps going. Excellent. Let's see if we can get that total to 200. Colleagues, keep going. Right. That's about it. Next slide, Mish. 737 is the total amount of acronyms, colleagues, we've managed to create over the existence of the city of Cape Town. Thank you, Lord, that we now have AI. It took AI 37 minutes to scan the entire city of Cape Town website, internal and maybe external as well. Sorry, IT, for allowing them to come and scroll through our things. But this is a true reflection on the complexity and the environment we live in, that we had to go and create a whole new dictionary so that we can function day to day. And some would say that there is correlation between the amount of acronyms and abbreviations in use in your organization and linking that to high performance. You can imagine how many Amazon, Google have in their organization. For the record, we beat them. Google has a total of 517 abbreviations that they use in their organization. And then likely on Amazon side, they only got a measly 247 to be exact. But well done. If you are an inventor of one of these, you can tap yourself on the back as well. Now, before we get to the moment that we've all been waiting for, our first keynote, I want us to share a couple of our expectations for today. So in 1 or 2 words, please let me know what we are expecting. The first one, I love it. Some learning, some networking, some challenges. I love it. Keep going, colleagues. Okay, some collaboration, some networking. Excellent. Keep going. Inspiration. Oh, we're definitely going to get some of that today, colleagues. Excellent. Learning, collaboration, networking, a little bit of inspiration. That's what this forum is about. Yes, it's a time to be serious. It's lovely to be paid to talk nonsense with you guys for the whole day. Thank you, Ben and Rob. But my job is to give you guys also a little bit of what is ahead for today. We're going to be working quite closely. Yes, you won't get to every single breakout session, but I promise you all of these things are online. They are in the cloud for us to go and repeat and rewatch if you don't manage to make it to all. So this forum is about sustaining high performance. Over the course of today, we'll unpack and close some gaps, amplify our expertise, and align excellence through our lens, what we call excellence in the city of Cape Town. This will take place in the form of 2 keynote addresses, and I think both of our keynote address givers are here. One in the morning and one this afternoon, and both of them will be taking place in this particular venue, colleagues. The keynotes will be flanked by parallel tracks, aptly named Purpose, Balance, and Focus. Purpose will be taking place in the council chambers, and Rachel will be your guest, your host in that instance, talking everything governance, legal clarity, stakeholder engagement, effectively anchoring us in why we do what we do as officials. Balance will take place in the banqueting hall. Cindy C will be there to welcome and host you. That is all about portfolio and change management, helping us align and deliver across complex organizational landscape. I just want to pause there. What you heard from the CFO is what it's about. We live and work in this very complex animal, and it's tough. Sometimes we feel like we're in the pressure cooker all the time, but we are about to change gear. CVT style, slow and gradual as we crack the 9.5 billion rand expenditure, colleagues. Last one is Focus. That will take place in meeting room 2. That's right behind me. They will be in the safe hands of Atia. There we're talking operational excellence, innovation, safety, effectively the nuts and bolts of getting projects done and done well in this environment. Later, and my favorite part is the Excellence Awards. We'll be recognizing some of the achievements of the past few years. Obviously gaining some inspiration from those project managers across all disciplines that C3PM kind of looks over. So whether you're an engineer, a project manager, a contract specialist, or just part of the broader CCT ecosystem, this program definitely has something for you. If you have not scanned the QR code, I'm pretty sure there's a couple floating around, but you can also make your way to the City of Cape Town website. There is also a space event as well, with links to the recordings, link to the agendas, and links to all of the bios for the keynote address speakers as well. A reminder that if you're engaging on social media, it's hashtag EPCM20. For technical or emotional support, I just want to remind you of all of our event experience coordinators with the blue tags. You will find them dotted around this venue and all around. So if you are stuck, please find one of them. And with that, it's time to set the tone for the day with our first keynote address. So from the chaos of abbreviations to the clarity of action, our keynote speaker has built a legacy not on acronyms, but on impact. He's the founder and the chairman of Gift of the Givers, an organization who needs no abbreviation because its meaning is already powerful enough. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman.
Thanks, Katie. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Nafisa. Thanks, Atiyah. And thanks, everybody here, for inviting me to join you guys. They've asked me to speak on active citizenry. I want to make a few points before we get to that. We need to understand that we have to take away these labels from each other. Because in our country and all other countries, we always have this issue: government, police services, civil servants, NGOs, and we have a whole lot of different classifications, corporates, everybody with their own labels, their own branding, their own way of thinking. We need to remove the labels. The labels are the cause of conflict, of ego issues, disruption, bureaucracy, and prevent you from working together. If we all go, and even the political parties, of course, if we go into a stadium, Greenpoint Stadium here, and we all go with one kind of clothes, green, black, blue, white, doesn't really matter. We don't go with our badges, we don't go with our name tags, we don't go with our logos, we just go as people. When we're in the stadium, what will we see? We'll know that everybody here is a South African. That's what we'll see. We won't see the things that divide us, the different logos and the different badges. When you put people in the stadium, you ask them, what do you want? They'll tell you peace, security, lights, water, no potholes, education, health, understanding, togetherness. They will all tell you that, irrespective of where they come from. When you wear the uniform, it's a limiting factor. The cop is rotten. But when a cop takes his jacket off, what is he? A father? A brother? A son? Or a daughter? Or whatever. He's an ordinary human being with all the same issues that we all have. He's afraid he can get shot in the township where he will be living. His kids need to go to school. He needs to go on a safe road. There's no difference between him when he takes his uniform off than all of us. So we need to take those labels out. And then if you have problems and you throw them into the stadium, after you ask them, what do you want? Health, education, water, this, that, and the other. Put a whole lot of problems and throw them into the stadium. How are you going to fix that? Either you run away through the gates, or you all come together and say, okay, I'm a specialist in this, I'm a specialist in that, and together we can do this. The point is, this country cannot be fixed in any way except by ourselves together. Government, civil servants, corporates, NGOs, religious sector, we have to do this together. There's no other way to fix this country. And we need to understand, I'm a very blunt guy. Country does not belong to the government. It's not their country. They're only administrators. The country belongs to 65 million people. So when you take ownership of the country, you fix it yourself. You need to be a patriot. Stop complaining. You're going to tell me we pay taxes, we pay VAT, we pay fuel levy, we pay this, that, and that. Yes, you do pay that. That's true. But which government in the world can survive with only 7.4 million people paying taxes? 7.4 million people's taxes can't look after 65 million people. I'm sure you got accountants here and chartered accountants and actuaries here in this audience. Figure it out. It's not humanly possible, no matter who is running the country, from which part of the world, or from which political party. All going to have the same problem, because there's not enough money to do that. Add to that, in 2019, Cyclone Idai that hit Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and parts of Durban. Budgets wiped out, billions from the floods. 2020 and 21, COVID destroyed the entire world's economy. Can any government in the world get that money back in a short space of time? Came 2021, the civil unrest in KZN, we lost 50 billion in 5 days. Which government can get that money back instantly overnight? 22, the floods in KZN wiped out over 100 billion. Bridges, roads, infrastructure, lights, water, everything gone. Sewage system not fixed up till today. The sewage in the sea killed the tourist market, killed the hospitality industry. Can you fix that? No, you can't. Not overnight, it takes money. Our GDP, that's going too high. So we're already borrowing against 75% of GDP. We're going in a crisis situation. Not that it can't be solved. There's no issue that can't be solved. It depends on tenacity, resilience, thinking, and how you're prudent in what you do. No problem is insolvable. We need to understand that very, very clearly. And then, of course, came the load shedding, which wiped out a lot of jobs and affected the industry and economy. And we came out of that too. The thing about South Africans is that we are very resilient people. And let me say what a foreigner said about us. I was speaking at the Tabeka or PE Business Chamber 2 years ago. And a German guy was sitting there. They're the guys that fund the alloys for all the cars. He said, we invest in that. When I finished speak, he came to me and he said, you South Africans are crazy people. So I said, can you explain further? So he said, you guys fight about everything. You guys fight about everything. But when it comes to a common important issue, you guys always stand together. And he said, that's what I love about your people and your country. He said, I've been very deceptive to my wife. I brought her to South Africa 3 times with the hope she'll say she wants to stay in this country. We don't appreciate our own country. We get scared by media headlines. People are leaving the country. And by the way, the media got a lot of nonsense, to be honest. I've told editors, are you guys agents of foreign governments? What is this? You only write the negative stuff. You do not tell the people that 400,000 South Africans came back. And you ask why? Like, did they come back after 1 week? Or after 2 months? Or they came back after 25 and 30 years? I mean, I think that's a long enough time to decide where you want to stay. And after 35 years, they came back, but they came back with different mindsets. First, they ran away from the country. Now they came back to say, we got skills, we got money, but we're coming to fix our country. That's what we need. Patriotism to fix our country, because nobody can do it better than us. And in this process, you start understanding that. Remove the egos. There is no competition between government and the private sector. It's about working things together. Because when you go home, you're living in the community. You may have medical aid, but your sister may not have medical aid. You go to a private hospital, they have to wait in the queues. In different parts of the country, it's different the way the hospitals run. So whatever you do together, you do the interest of yourself and your family and your children and the whole of society. It's not about us and them. It's all about us together. And I'll give you a few examples. But before I come to that, you see, everybody said there's problems and there's challenges and there's difficulties and where we're going to go. Like, how is this something new? For the first time you heard of such things. Challenges are a fact of life. They happen in a preschool, in a primary school, in a secondary school, in the universities, in corporate companies, with employees, with each other, with wives, with husbands, with families, with kids. It's a part of life. And it's a great thing to have challenges. Otherwise you'll stagnate. We love challenges. I'm doing this for 35 years. And the more chaotic it is, the better for me. Otherwise I get bored, to be honest. So the more challenges there are, the better you grow and you develop. Don't shun it. Don't turn away from it. It's your interest. But fortunately, this country is a very religious country. Whatever system you believe in doesn't really matter. But overall, faith is a strong aspect of South African society. When you have challenges, there's only 2 ways to have positivity and hope. There is only 2 ways. There is no other way. One is faith, and one is spirituality. I say both. But if I say faith, people say, no, I don't belong to a book, I don't follow scripture, I got nothing to do with this. Fine. You don't have to be part of it. Religion is not by compulsion. There can be no compulsion in religion. It's a useless exercise. It has to come from within. The second thing is spirituality. Tell me that we don't have that. Don't we have compassion? Don't we have care? Don't we have kindness? Don't we worry about other people? You don't need a book to tell you that. There's innate human qualities. If you don't have faith and spirituality, you are the guys that mess the world up. That's the reality. You mess the world up if you don't have either of those two things. Faith and spirituality is a key for positivity and hope. Now, let me give you an example of what I'm saying about, talking about. You see, 2022, in one of our trucks went into Komani, Queenstown in Eastern Cape. And as it climbed up the mountain, came down the other side, an old black lady, emphasis on race is deliberate, comes out of the house on crutches, looks at the truck, and looks heavenwards. She knows our truck. Everybody knows our branding in this country. She looked heavenwards and she says, "You never let me down." What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that? You see, she was hungry. There was no food in the house. There was nobody to give means to pay for anything. She saw the truck and she had connectivity upwards only. She must have prayed at some point and said, "Please help me." But she never called me. She never called my staff. Not my office, no email, no WhatsApp, nothing. But my truck landed up in that area. Up the story, I still don't know why. It went there and she got the food parcel because purely from faith, she prayed and the food parcel was delivered to her. 20th January 2010, 8 days into the Haiti earthquake, in the collapsed Catholic Church, we heard sounds in the rubble. 8 days into the earthquake, 40 seconds wiped out 240,000 people. Churches, schools, Catholic schools, other schools all collapsed in the ground. Dead, thousands of them. My teams heard the sounds in the rubble. 3 hours later, we pulled out alive 64-year-old Anna Zizi. It was world history. Never before in the history of the world has any agency from the African continent taken out anybody alive in an earthquake outside the African continent. We were the first. It was captured by the whole world media. Africans, we can make a difference. And as an aside, I've got to tell you something else. You need to understand this very clearly. When you go out from South Africa, from Africa anywhere in the world, it's a swear word. Africa is a swear word. You are backwards. It doesn't matter what color you are, by the way. You can be white, doesn't matter. I'll tell you I'm a very blunt guy, right? Africa is a swear word. Oh, stupid continent, backward, HIV, AIDS, TB, no water, friction, begging bowl, holding the begging bowl out, want things for free, can't do anything yourself. That's what they tell you. Only we can change that narrative, no one else. And when I go out, I make sure I change the narrative because I take pride in my country, in my continent, and us as a people. So when we go there and put a lady out alive, what's the first words Enazizi says to my teams? Mani House and Ahmed Baum are my team leaders. What does she say to them? She says, "I love God Almighty." 8 days, no food, no oxygen, fractured hip, inhaling dust all the time, no water. The thing that kept her alive was faith. Faith kept her alive. And the second thing she said, "I love you." The essence of faith, of religion, of spirituality is love and humanity. We need to understand all that between us. Forget the political issues and bickering. That's quite silly, to be honest. We need to be focused on fixing things together, not separating against each other. I'm going to give you some other examples about Africa and about working together. You see, in Pakistan, we landed there on 8th October. Earthquake hit 8th of October 2005. We got there 24 hours later. The Pakistani general came to us and said, "Do you mind not going to the earthquake?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Which hospital are you giving me?" He said, "The Cantonment Hospital of Rawalpindi." He said, "You understand?" I said, "Clearly." I said, "You give me the hospital?" He says, "Yes." My teams asked me, "Why did we come? We're not going to the earthquake. Why did we come? What's the point?" I said, "You're not understanding the man. He's telling you there's nothing left. It's all gone." This was an earthquake that hit from Rawalpindi right up to Muzaffarabad. It wiped out an entire region, not one city. It took out an entire region. 400 villages sank to the ground. He says, we're in a terrible state. No hospitals, no equipment, no people, all gone. So I said, this is what the guy is telling you. But those that come from the mountain will sort them out in hospital. But now, of course, alive people walking here, there, and everywhere. So I said, can you give me some helicopters? He said, my friend, can you see what's going on here? We got no helicopters. We all go to the mountain. In disaster management, like we have to do here with the floods and the fire and the storms, you think on your feet. Diplomacy is critical. Humanity is critical. Winning people and trust is critical in whatever you do. So I looked around. I see American Air Force. Now, you know, Muslims in America, we got a big problem with each other. But in any case, I see the American Air Force guy. I walked to him. Big black guy. Again, emphasis on race is deliberate. I said, my brother, where are you from? I know he's from. You got a big badge. He says, I'm from America. I say, you black? You're from Africa? He says, yes, I'm from Africa, my brother. So I said, you see this brother from Africa and needs help from another brother. So he said, what brothers are they for? I said, just to help each other. So he said, what do you need? I said, you see, I came from South Africa. I can't tell him directly now. I got these teams. We need to go into the mountain. We need to save the people. They need our help. I'm asking the American Air Force for a helicopter. He said, what are brothers there for? Take 3. 2 minutes, he gave me 2 Black Hawks and another helicopter in 2 minutes because he understood the language of the heart. He understood humanity. He didn't worry about the labels and uniforms and what you came from. He only understood humanity. Those helicopters within 15 minutes were in the air. What the teams into the mountains to go bring the people back. Now, the point I was making is about Africa. So we go into the hospital. We get the stench of gangrene, the stench of death. No IV lines, no nurses, no hygiene, no nothing. So I called the general and asked, hello, what's going on here? So the CEO comes from the hospital, comes running, and he says, we're about to decommission the hospital. I said, I haven't found anybody more stupid than you guys. He said, what do you mean? I said, the hospitals in the mountain are all destroyed. The ones that are standing, you guys are shutting down. Where are you going to put the people? So he said, what must we do? So I tell the military, I'll give you a shopping list. You show me, you bring this to me, I'll show you what we South Africans can do. In the meantime, first world country teams were walking up and down. They saw us. They were completely confused. Black Afrikaner guy, English guy, Xhosa guy, Zulu guy, Hindu guy, Muslim guy. They couldn't understand this. Where are you guys from? We said South Africa. Oh. What did you guys come to fetch with your begging bowl? I said, my friend, you will eat your words before I finish off here. I gave them the shopping list. In less than 24 hours, the cantonment hospital of Rawalpindi that was about to shut down, the South African medical team converted it into a 400-bed emergency hospital. And we did 75 operations a day, and all those that came from the mountain were seen in this hospital. Did I have a chance to have a dig at the first world teams? I said, my friend, we set this up. I will allow you. And of course, the following year, 2006, the then president of Pakistan, Pervez Musharraf, gave us a presidential award for a team from Africa making a huge difference to the lives of the Pakistani people. We are African. We need to believe in ourselves. We know we can make a difference. One more story related to this. We've intervened in 47 countries. Within 48 hours in each country we go to, they tell us you guys are different. And I said, what do you mean? Like the way we look? All mixed? They said, no. We know you guys from South Africa, it's all mixed up there. Our medical skills, you guys are unmatched. Your medical skills. But it's not that. So what's it? Your guys' attitude. Your guys' attitude is completely different from everybody in the world who comes here. You know, when we stand here, we're already broken. We lost our children, our wives, our sisters, our road. We don't even know where our schools, our hospitals, our clinics. We don't know where we're going to progress to. We don't know what the future holds. Psychologically and emotionally, we are. Countries come to us. They talk down to us. We are already destroyed. We are treated with disrespect. They don't even want to touch us. You guys are very different. You guys hold the baby. You wipe the baby's nose. You kiss us. You hug us. You touch us. You listen to us. You respect us. You treat us with dignity. You take the food parcel, you don't throw it. You hold it and you put it in our hand. You show humanity. You show kindness to us. You know, even if you didn't give anything to us, we will feel great because we know you came from Africa and you came to help our people with love. That is the greatest quality we South Africans possess. We've lost it on ourselves. Too busy fighting the politics and the issues in the country. Stop that. Start believing who you are and what your capabilities are and what we can do together. We need to change our mindset. It's not about taking power. It's about saving our country and the generations that come after us. And why this country will never fail, no matter how messed up we are with the government and the politics. Why? You see, all the scriptures teach us. God says, you look for me, I'm not in the mosque. I'm not in the church. I'm not in the synagogue. I'm not in the temple. I'm not there. You want me? Go to the poor. Go among those that are hungry, that are thirsty, that are bleeding, that are oppressed, that whom are unjust and are starving. Go to them, you'll find me there. So when we go to these people in 47 countries, what do they say? Look at our condition. We can't give you anything. It's all destroyed. We can give you something that nobody in the world can give you. We give you the prayer from the bottom of our hearts. The God save you, your family, your teams, their families, your country, and your people. That whatever happened to us must never happen to you. No matter what happens, this country will never fail. That's a fact of life. That's a religious instruction. It will never happen. We'll be Jermakar and upside down and chaotic, but we will never fail. Because our compassion overrides every single thing in this country and in the universe. People have taken notice of that. And that prayer continues coming up till today from years ago. Because we had that kind of... And use it. 2020, May 2020, during COVID level 5. Windstrand, what do we say? Cops are corrupt, rotten people, bad people. You see, we keep saying this thing, government is corrupt. Government is not corrupt. There are corrupt people in government. There are corrupt people in the SAPS. The SAPS is not corrupt. In the same way, there's corrupt people in my sector too, in the NGO. It's in religion, it's in the churches, in the mosques, in the synagogues, in the temples. So corrupt people are all over there. The system is not corrupt. The people are corrupt. Be careful how you say the things. So 2020 May, level 5 lockdown. Ali and my teams are in Nonzamo and Strand, delivering food parcels. People are hungry. We've lost 2 million jobs with COVID. We've lost 100,000 people. People are hungry. The economy is dead all over the world. So they're giving food parcels. 8 o'clock, the cop comes. Tells him, curfew, level 5, shut down. You can't give food parcels anymore. All people are waiting. They're hungry. Families hungry. Money couldn't buy you anything. He calls me. I have to put him on the line. Tell a cop, you can jump into the lake. You can jump into the sea. You can hang yourself to do whatever you want. I am not stopping. I'm going to break the law tonight. Do what you want. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to stop. I specialize in breaking government rules. I specialize in that. After 5 minutes, he thinks, to his credit, he says, you're right. We can't leave all people hungry. The letter of the law says shut down. The spirit of the law says saves lives. It says, not only am I going to carry on, but I'm bringing an entire reinforcement team here. Because all people can't walk home late at night. We need to put them in our vans and take them. Who writes those stories? Who writes those stories? The ordinary human beings, we keep running them down. Don't you think you're going to demoralize them and break the entire system of fighting crime? Because you destroy the soul. Talk the good. Last person gets its food parcel at her old lady at 12:30 in the morning, and it was freezingly cold in Cape Town that night. And she says, I'm going home to wake my grandchildren up. So Ali asks her, like, why do that now? She says, you don't know under what circumstances I left. When I was leaving home, my grandchildren looked into my eyes with hope that I'll bring something for them to eat, because they hadn't eaten for days. You see, service delivery is critical. You're going to make sure it's not a... You could be on the other side. It's people who are dependent on you, whose lives are dependent on you, whose progress is dependent on you. You can't be a lazy civil servant. You want to do that? Go join Parks and Recreation, go sit there. We need people who are direct, who are committed, who are dedicated, because you could have been on the other side. People ask you, why do I keep going for 35 years? It's one simple reason. I'm not on the other side. It's my way of showing gratitude that I'm not suffering on the other side. And I got the skill to help on the other side. So God's going to ask me, what did you do? So I have to keep doing it without complaining. No compassion fatigue, no tiredness. I got to do what I got to do because I'm not on the other side. Understand that. Be grateful for what you have because it's very hard being on the other side. So she says they haven't got food. Had that policeman stopped, what would have happened to the soul of those children and this old lady? Can you even try to imagine what could have happened? In Pedi, the mother comes and takes a food parcel in June 2020. Well dressed. Don't ever judge people. They can be dignified, but they can be angry. Don't ever judge people. And she says, Ali, thank you for the food parcel. Let's speak to my 3 children. They will tell you the taste of every single plant in Pedi. For 3 months, they survived on food parcel, on eating plants. There was nothing to eat. And black people, you come from the rural areas, you know what it's like. You know your basis, your origin. Don't forget that. Don't get lost in the city life and forget where you came from. We come from a difficult situation. We need to go back because those people prayed for us. They used their pension money. They sent us to school. They went out our luxuries to make sure we're okay today. We need to remember that very, very clearly. Show respect to your old people and where you come from. Don't ever forget that. So we give that. In Gamstar, Makanda, a small child comes in the queue, shivering. It's winter, July. No shoes, torn shirt, no hat, no jacket. Says, I'm very hungry, but I won't take food. Can you give me the food for my mother, my father, my brother, and my sister? They're very hungry. I won't eat myself. Give me the food for that. An ordinary child is taking the responsibility of an adult. Where are we adults? Fighting friction like children. Yet an ordinary child stood up to say, I will sacrifice so you can take care of my family. And that is Ubuntu from that age. And we said we don't operate like that. You will get food, and your family will get food, and everybody will get food. Today, we support 227 feeding centers in the country. The biggest problem in South Africa right now is not corruption, it's poverty, it's hunger, there's starvation. You know, in all these floods, you guys, City Council, used to give disaster kits before? They don't ask for that anymore. When you go into disaster response, the first thing they tell you 3 years ago, 2 years ago, where's the building kit? Now they ask you, where's the food? And we ask them like, how? In 2 hours you got hungry so quickly. How's that possible? And we watch. You want to see hunger? Watch when the children eat. See it in their eyes. So we start feeding. Where the flood, say the flood is on the left, or the fire is on the left. You feed them, and you realize this child is not hungry for 2 hours. This child has been hungry for days. So we increased our feeding from 3 days to 7 days to 10 days to 30 days. And a food parcel after that. But the problem is, if the one on the left is hungry, what about the one on the right? Where the flood doesn't take place. So we go to the right too. And we check. They're equally hungry. Except the flood and the fire in the left, so nobody saw them. In most cases, a disaster is a precursor to show you what the real problem was before the disaster. It's an advantage. It's a blessing that it happens because it reveals what the crisis was. And in every country I've been to, the disaster was actually a blessing to reveal what's happening to the people. So we feel on the right-hand side too, because there is so much hunger in this country. The last point about showing what we can do working together. Remember the Sustainsdal floods 2 years ago? Total chaos. Helicopters couldn't fly, boats couldn't get into the water, Sustainsdal was cut off for 5 to 6 days, nobody could get to the other side. All your money in the world couldn't buy you anything. No helicopters could go, no trucks could go, no boats could go, ATM wasn't working, there was no money, no goods coming in, everybody was stuck. Rich, poor, middle class, everybody was stuck. It was a classical example of what we South Africans can do when we put the differences aside. So national government, ANC, provincial government, DA, EFF guys, Freedom Front, from the farmers, everybody together, national disaster management, provincial disaster management, local government disaster management, human settlements, paramedics, Air Force pilots, helicopter pilots, police people, defense force, farmers, engineers, and us all came together. We get to the bridge. The engineers look at the bridge. It's not going to work. You're tired. So then Ali asked one of the white people there, is there some other farmer, maybe got a bridge going to his farm somewhere else? So somebody else was there, said, yes, somewhere else we can go. So the whole convoy goes to the other side. And they find this bridge on another farm. Engineers again, maybe it'll hold, not sure. The driver said, you can take a chance, we'll wait in the water. The truck falls in, we'll take the driver out. Very encouraging for my driver. But I can't force him to do that. It's a decision he's got to take. And he says, yes, I'll take it. And the driver drives across the bridge, and it holds. And the second truck goes, and the police vehicles, and the buckets, and 4x4s, everybody goes. And when we get into the town, there's complete jubilation in Citrus Town, because we forgot the politics, we forgot who we are, what our class was, what logo, what badge, what designation. All remember this. South Africans in trouble, South Africans respond. That's how we're going to fix our city and our country. I think I'm going to give you one more story, not about this. It's a very important story about how politics messes things up. End of November 2022. Before that, there was day zero in PE. We drilled 50 boreholes to put water and help everywhere else. November 22, end of November, beginning of December, there was a huge fire that came in PE. The acting fire chief calls Ali and says, I got a problem. Because of day zero, there's not enough water. We don't have enough fire trucks. We can't get to the fire. We don't have enough firefighters. We don't have enough fluids, energy biscuits, safety uniform for them. We don't know how to replenish the water. The wind is getting stronger. We're stuck. National government is aloof. The provincial government is aloof. In PE, it's mayor of the day. Every day is a new mayor. They fight all the time. Everything gets paralyzed. There's no fire trucks waiting. Who pays the price in the end? The citizens pay the price. Because our slave in fighting. We can't, our ego prevents us from doing what is right. He calls us. I arranged with Colin Diana, your guys from Provincial Disaster Management here in Cape Town. We arranged 2 planes from George, 2 helicopters from Stellenbosch. We fly 4 of these aircraft into the disaster zone and start putting water on the fire. We brought in fire trucks to support their fire trucks. We brought in firefighters from Numansdorp and from Jeffreys Bay. We provided the water, the food, the energy biscuits, and the meals, and the safety uniforms. We opened the boreholes, and the ordinary citizens came, active citizenry. They came to put water in the JoJo tanks, and they started putting the fire out. Collectively, in 5 days, we shut the fire down completely with our trucks and everything that we did. The insurance companies were sleeping. Had I not intervened, loss to PE would have been billions of rands. It was collective action. I appreciate the fire chief holding no ego. I'm alone. I'm lost. I need help. Western Cape Disaster Management, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate the city, everybody involved here, the councillors, the people on the ground, the fire department, the SAPS. Together we formed a formidable force over the last few years working together. There is no friction. You call us, levels 5 warning coming, we're on the Zooms together with you. We speak at the disaster center. Colin Diana is the driving force behind that. We work together as one team, as one city, as one people. We need to replicate this model everywhere. We saved that city. The fire was about to hit the N2 mall, and the helicopter just dropped the water before the fire could get to the mall. In the other mall that I walked in, a lady came, put tapping on my shoulder, and she started sobbing. I asked what happened. She said the fire was about to even get to my house, and the helicopter came and dropped the water over the fire. One example. There's many like that. Ladies and gentlemen, no time for ego. No time for friction. We've got a country to fix, to make it better. Put the labels away, put the branding away, don't be lazy. You other guys can mess it up or can save it. So let's fix the system and work committed. The last message, the most effective message. You see, I stopped leading my teams overseas. I don't do that anymore. I go last. It's about succession planning. They need to live without me, because I'm not going to live forever. So my teams can do it without me. And whenever I come with and they come to talk to me, I told them I died long time ago. I'm not even here. You guys got to solve the problem yourself. And they asked me the first time I sent them alone, they asked me, like, what must we do? So I said, if it's your wife, your child, and your brother on the other side, how difficult is that to work out what to do? From that day up till today, they've never made a mistake. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your wife, your child, your brother, and your sister on the side. Make sure you do your job properly. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Suleiman, for your powerful, inspiring message. While the gift gets handed over, nobody can fix this country better than us. Africans, we can make a difference. It's all about us together. No DNA, just RSA. Colleagues, find your role in the ecosystem and do everything in your ability to live the message that Dr. Imtiaz has given us today. I want to give him one last round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Suleiman. Sure, I've still got a little bit of hoendervleis. My watch went off about probably 5 minutes into Dr. Suleiman's speech because it's inspirational and this is actually what it's about. We're here in a very, very fortunate position to be able to make a difference, and that's just what it's about. Now we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is awesome. It means that everything is going swimmingly. Thank you to the events coordinators. 10:30, we will be moving to our individual parallel tracks. So just as a reminder, purpose will take place in the chambers. Rach to my right hand side will be your host, so you won't see my face. Balance, all about portfolio and change management, will be taking place in the banqueting hall, 5th floor, and your host will be Cindy Seaway. For the record, there's also a fantastic PPP panel discussion that has gone viral online on LinkedIn. So be sure to catch that speech. Focus, all about health and safety, performance, some lightning talks taking place in meeting room 2, also on this floor right behind me. There's more than enough time for us all to still figure out meeting new colleagues. So don't stress too much about the time. And I think we are in a lucky position. Grab a coffee, give a bit of a leg stretch. We will now make our way to the individual parallel tracks. Colleagues, just as a reminder, hashtag EPCM Forum. And for those parallel tracks that you won't get to, they are all online that you can go back and revisit some of those videos. Thank you very much. We will reconvene in the main venue for the second keynote at 12:10.
Morning, my name is Jade. Jade, awesome. Nice to meet you.
So unfortunately, I do not have a cookie for you.
Okay.
So what I can do is,
I've got my slide.
yeah, I do also have a tracer screen for you that you can follow.
So,
What you can do is just touch the pictures. When I look at me,
I touch here.
just
Okay,
touch
okay.
the pictures for you.
Well, I'll
Try to follow with
try
me.
and follow with
You-
me, yeah.
You click here, click on the
okay. Yeah, no, I mean it's actually very simple, right? I'm gonna probably go to this slide. That's the one you, yeah. But the most important slide for me in the early part is just this one. But the other stuff is just words. Most of it's words. I like the pictures. Just focus on the pictures and I'll do my stuff. Leave the picture up there. So a guy from Mexico, and then when we go through there, leave that picture up on the mine and I'll do my talk. Mining operation, you can go to that picture. Then you can go to that picture and I'll do my talk. around it, and you just leave the picture up. As long as you just have the three pictures, one of the big oil rig, and the other one is of the mine, and then the other one is of the refinery. And then if those pictures are up, and I'll just flash you here at the bottom. And once all that's done, then we can have a look at, you can then say what can we learn from these projects, and then you'll follow, I'm sure it'll be fine. But as long as there's three pictures, that's good.
Sister Rach, we're relatively ready. We've got you. Sharp, sharp. No, no, no. You want to make it closer. Okay, we're still getting the teams in. Yes.
Okay, guys, we're going to get started. If everybody can just find themselves a seat. Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. I am excited to be your host for this track. My name is Rachel Jones, and I'm thrilled to guide you through today's journey into purpose. We promise to keep things insightful and engaging, so let's get started. Welcome to the purpose track of our EPCM forum. In a world of complex systems, relentless demands, purpose is our compass. It guides our decisions, aligns our teams, and fuels our resilience. Today we explore how a clear sense of purpose can transform maintenance from a reactive necessity into strategic advantage. Our speakers will share insights on how purpose-driven leadership, planning, and execution can sustain excellence in high-maintenance environments. Let's dive into the why behind what we do and discover how it shapes the how. To kick things off, let me introduce our first speaker whose work exemplifies the power of purpose in action. Ian Thompson is our seasoned project management professional with over 35 years of experience across international and local infrastructure sectors. After earning his degree in construction economics and management from UCT, Ian worked in the UK on complex air rights developments, including the Cannon Bridge developments in London. His career spans major industrial projects in offshore oil and gas, mining and refining, with notable contributions to the Bredasdorp offshore field and Anglo-American Stamakwa sands expansion. Returning to Cape Town, Ian led several high-value projects at the Chevron refinery before joining the City of Cape Town in 2019. He currently serves as the Portfolio Manager in Future Planning and Resilience Directorate, where he oversees strategic infrastructure delivery and portfolio governance. Let's introduce Ian Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear? It's a bit better. Thank you. I don't know how to start today after those two presentations before I came in. It was awe-inspiring, and I'm sorry to talk today just about project management, basic project management. I'm not in that world of saving people, and it was just awe-inspiring. So for me today to come and stand in front of you just after those two speakers is an absolute honor and privilege, and thank you to Rachel and her team for inviting me. So I've got 4 takeaways today. So I'm going to start with the takeaways before I get into the discussion. So I'm going to talk about mega projects. I'm going to give you 3 case studies, and I'm going to give you some lessons learned. Kyle said to me he wants to be fun, so I'll tell you a bit about crayfishing in Brandsebaai, a bit of work in the refinery a few years later, and some amazing experiences and travel with Chevron in the US. The main takeaways for today are, in terms of what I've experienced with these Chevron and Anglo-American companies, was an incredibly strong owners team. So they all created an owners team with skilled team members. And I know in the City of Cape Town, we are developing that through the professionalization of all you folks. And we will create these strong owners teams that own schedules, that own costs, that can run these mega projects coming our way in the next few years. The other takeaway for today is all these systems have followed robust project management processes, and each of these processes have strong stage gate review systems, which in the City of Cape Town we have strong or robust project management process, and we have stage gate reviews at the end of each phase. So we're following very close to what good and great looks like. And I think the theme up there today was sustained development and growth. So we're on a good way there. What is quite different in these major projects is these projects work on work breakdown structures linked to cost and schedule. So when we were working with Anglo-American, they broke down their projects into work breakdown structures. The design was linked to a work breakdown structure. bill of quantities was linked to to the work breakdown structure, and the schedule was linked to work breakdown structure. So that was an amazing experience. The one thing I'd like to just note, we are regulated in the public sector, and these are all private companies earning returns on investment, etc. So I just want to know, or just talk about a mega project. What is a mega project? So there are definitions about finances and there are definitions about scale and complexity, but generally projects above $1 billion are classified as mega projects. And my experience has been more than 1 billion rand at the refinery, local refinery, and at the Macro Sands. So what I want to talk about now is the Jack and St. Malo oil development of the Gulf of Mexico. This was a Chevron development that has only gone into production recently. That's fine. It's 280 miles south of New Orleans in the Gulf of Mexico. It produces 170,000 barrels of crude oil a day, 1.2 million cubic meters of gas. And what I really want to say about this is it's 2,000 meters deep to get to the surface bed where they start drilling for oil and gas. And the gas and oil is another 6,000 meters deeper than that. So the engineering process and skills required to do that are unbelievable. And the reality is it's as deep as Mount Everest is high. So it's a mega project. It's a mega operation. So you're building the steel work to get down to the surface bed. You're doing the subsea work, and I'd call it a Christmas tree of lights that go down there to actually be able to produce this thing. And it's unbelievable, the work, the engineering that goes into that. So once the rig is operating, there are permanent working boats going around the rig 24 hours a day should something happen. The crew is housed on board in accommodation. They work 12-hour shifts a day, 7 days a week with all meals provided. They work on site for about 14 days, and then they go offshore, and they have a back-to-back crew member who backs them up and comes on to work for another 14 days. It probably takes between 7 and 9 years to develop a project from scoping to production, depending how long it takes in the scoping phase. The major projects, as I said earlier, are following the detailed project management process and the skilled employees to get the engineering scopes of work complete. But what is important about this is that in their project management phase, part 2, where they do feasibility, that's their creative phase. So they spend most of their time, they look at something like 5 options, and they work the feasibility, they throw all these, I think we've got 6 red hats that have come across the other forums, and they look at all the options they can do, and it's very creative. So engineers in phase 2, in any project, that's where you can get creative, do your stuff. Then lessons learned. They get a lot of other major projects, the Chevron guys. They've got a lot of deep oil offshore Gulf of Mexico and other parts of the world in Australia. And they're also learning from other projects, such as you may have heard of the BP Machado in the Gulf of Mexico, which leaked a lot of oil and gas into the sea. And there were some major lessons there in terms of communication about the disaster. Basically, do not hide the truth and be transparent. Be honest and straight with the media. Recognize where the trust lies and have a coherent communications policy. So that's kind of learning lessons about internal to our stakeholders. You have to be honest and straight with the media, tell them exactly what's going on. And that to me was quite something that I thought was quite relevant for us. Then, I spent some time on the West Coast with Anglo American at the Macro Sands. The complexity here with the project was made up of 4 sites, separated by 300 kilometers, and all rode every bit of mineral was transported by road. So the first area was the mine site at Brandsabai, which was separated into the mine site west and the mine site east, and the crusher sites. In terms of production, I've got some figures here. 21 million tons of ore are mined every year there. 350 tons of ilmenite are produced, 130,000 tons of zircon, and 25,000 tons of rutile. So it's not quite gold, it's not quite diamonds, but it's very interesting in terms of rare earth minerals that we're looking for these days. So the mining operation was open cast, and much of the product was trucked or transported by conveyor belt. And one thing Anglo-American taught me was the importance of life cycle costing, introducing operations and maintenance very early in your project phases, like phase 2 feasibility. And also, once you've stopped working, what are you doing about rehabilitating your mine? If you're actually building something like, or mining 21 million tons of ore a year, what are you doing about rehabilitation? So they had in those days, they had a green department. His name was Johan van Zyl, and I think his nickname through the whole life of the mine there was Greenie. And we laughed at the guy, but I mean, rehabilitation of something like this to get back to where we wanted to be, back to good old Peru stuff, is essential. The mining operation lays waste the landscape. The mine has, 250 millimeters of rain a year. So to rehabilitate and get back to where it needs to be is going to take time. The process is very slow. But there's a lot of money has been spent on conveyors, taking the waste product back to the mine once it's concluded and where the rehabilitation continues. So there is an attempt to rehabilitate the mines. Then I came back to Cape Town and I worked at the Milnerton refinery, the factory down in Milnerton, which produces something like 110,000 barrels of oil, or converts 110,000 barrels of oil into diesel, jet fuel, and petrol. And the one project that I was dealing with there was the clean diesel project, which reduced diesel in the sulfur in diesel from 5,000 parts per million to 500 parts, which was in compliance with the Clean Fuels Act. To achieve this, the project involved reconfiguring the diesel plant, installing a new diesel hydrotreater, and all the associated pipe work control systems and power systems. This upgrade enabled the refinery to produce cleaner diesel, meeting new regulatory requirements and contributing to our existing, when we go to the fuel pumps, we get our cleaner diesel nowadays. They have since reduced it to 50 parts per million. And what was really interesting about this project was completed on time, within budget, met quality standards, did what it was planned to do, but the project had unintended consequences where it reduced the refinery throughput. So instead of producing 110,000 barrels a day, it was down to 85,000, and that affected profitability. So there are a lot of consequences and decisions you make when you do projects. Then, you also ask about this cleaner diesel project. When you produce diesel, you're removing sulfur from the oil or the crude. What are you doing with it? So the refinery has a sulfur recovery unit, which takes all the sulfur out of the crude and by some hydraulic process stores it. And what do you do with this mass of yellow that comes out of it? So apparently we use it for fertilizer and send it trucking again to farms. But it's not the be-all and end-all in terms of recovery and sustainability, but it is a great start. Then there's also a lot of processed water produced in the refinery, and a lot of it is sent to sea, as you probably heard or seen in recent press reports. But water is cleaned through a modular bed bioreactor and sent to the sea and in compliance with the Clean Water Act. So there is sustainable work being done in terms of self-recovery, environmental and water treatment, but it's early days. Then what can we learn from these projects? What are the key takeaways? I have always worked for the client in these projects. So I've worked for the owners team. They had the expertise, they had the project management systems, they had the skilled personnel, and they even supported us with experts from other refineries, other parts of the other business units. These projects have all followed a 5-phase project methodology, and they've all progressed to the next stage following a stage gate review or some other assessment. Also, another takeaway was that the project team controlled the project, the cost, the schedule. They owned it themselves, they delivered it, they estimated it, and they drove the project from the owner's team point of view. They set up a work breakdown structure across all phases and did cost estimates and schedules accordingly. And what I really found interesting there is that they only planned to the level of detail required at the time. So if you're doing this phase, feasibility phase, they were planning feasibility and only concept design. They weren't worried about detailed design and beyond because they didn't have the detail. But generally, they always had detailed critical path resource loaded schedules. In terms of continuous learning, they captured lessons learned in real time to drive improvement. They had a value-driven approach. They were always looking at key value drivers to drive projects. In the city today, you look at maybe, you're not looking at value drivers in terms of profit. You're looking at benefits realization, benefits tracking, benefits planning. Then in terms of collaborative teams, you've got teams of quantity surveyors, engineers, C&I engineers. I don't know where Carl is, but his C&I team, the electrical team, the controls management team. And then that's also duplicated on the EPCM side, which is the contractor side. And it's not quite EPCM forum kind of stuff, but it's engineering, procurement, and construction management contractors that do the work. Then in project management, it's about communication. It's about talking, it's aligning teams, our decision makers and stakeholders, and understanding their role. So in our situation, or in their situation at the time, they had a decision maker, decision executive who made all the decisions at the end of each stage gate, and it was dedicated to them. The team members within the stage gate recommended the solution or recommended the proposal, and they would then leave it to the decision executive who would say, okay, I'm happy for this project to proceed to the next phase. I would go like that. Then a lot of data is in the system, and they would call what we'd use best practice. So they go and look at best practice. What do other people do? What do other refineries do in the world? How do they do the work? How can we apply it to ourselves? Then in terms of project definition, we spoke about in early phase 2, they do all their creative work. They do all their looking at all the options. And they recommended only 5 options for a mega project, otherwise it would take too long in phase 2. But good definition in phase 2 creates real project real value realization and success. So if you do if you create a phase 2 in your feasibility and you execute that project well, it will deliver best value for the company, the business. But even if you do great definition in phase 2 and still execute poorly, you will still create value. So how did they do this, and what were their tricks, or what were they doing differently, or what were they doing well? So in terms of project scope, they did a scope definition phase where they defined the boundaries of success. So they put a project or a picture frame on the wall and say what's inside the scope, what's on the outside, and what's out of scope. So it was very clear from early days what they were doing. Then in terms of decision making, they always were looking for meaningful information. Are we making a clear decision on the information we have? Now with data analytics and issues, AI coming through, do we have the meaningful information we need? What are our trade-offs? What are our values? How are we going to change? What are we doing? And do we have a logical reason? Then the last decision-making idea that they came up with was commitment to action. Do we have the resources? Do we have the financials? So if you look at Cape Town today, you look at the city and you say to yourself, do you have the contractors to do these mega projects? Do you have the PSPs to do these projects moving forward? And what does that look like? So there's this whole process in the city where projects ready so that we can have this commitment to action to secure our resources and financials every year. And what I always found in those companies was the team alignment. They just seemed to be, the engineers just seemed to understand what was required. They were all qualified engineers, they knew what was required, they understood the decisions, and they understood project execution, what needed to happen. It was a great experience to work with them. Other insights for decision making that they made was peer reviews and peer assists. So that was when, say for example, we work in Milnerton Refinery, we invited folks or project teams from our refineries in California or Texas, and they said, please come and check our project out, come and have a look at our project preparation, our project assumptions, see if you're happy with that, and give us a score if you think you're ready to proceed to the next phase. Also, while we were doing that, we got cost engineers, planning specialists to give us estimate assurance and schedule assurance, which basically looks at your cost estimate, looks at your schedule. And something I always have great respect for the Chevrons of the world is that they always identified long lead items. So they're procuring vessels, they're producing transformers and long lead items that they're getting up front in concept design phase and areas like that. So before you get to the contracting phase, they've already bought the long lead items or already approved them, and they're on site ready for construction, or they'll be on site ready for construction when construction happens. And then one thing which I really was involved with was cost schedule risk analysis. So if you look at what we do in the city, we say, oh, we'll finish our project 30th of June. But if we'd done a detailed schedule, detailed cost estimate, and did a risk analysis on the risks that were linked to our project, I reckon all the projects that I've done, I've got about a less than 10% chance of completing that project on that date. So the recommendation from Chevron and these and Anglo-American actually, they were always selling a range. So if you, in phase 2 concept design, you sell a range. You've got a contingency of something like 50%. You sell a range for your schedule and you sell a range for your cost. And that's something that we could look into. So if I was looking at a portfolio, I would look at cost range and cost percentages. I'd look at a percentage chance of them happening. So it would be a P10, P50, and a P90 estimate for my portfolio. And a P10 means I've got 90% chance of hitting that target. P50 means I've got 50% of hitting my target. And a P90 means I've got 10% chance. So you can see a lower range. So for example, in the city, your P10 would be something like 9 billion. We should get there. Your P50, 9.6, and your P90 should be about 10.5 billion. So we sell that range and work along those lines. I think it's a lot of work. There's a lot of change in the way we think, but I do think it's something that will work and has worked in the past. Then another point that was really interesting was when they did decision analysis, they did tornado diagrams, and I'm sure with our data analytics crew we can look at all the benefits on all our projects. And a tornado diagram gives you the item with the best impact on the project at the top, and it goes down to the smaller impact at the bottom. We could even look at the benefits tracking, something like that, and make decisions like that. I mean, decision analysis is a small item right now in the city, but it's definitely growing. Then in terms of project execution planning, I know we always talk about a project execution plan. We talk about project execution costs and schedules, but a project execution plan is more about stakeholder analysis, risk analysis, all the items that are good in terms of project execution. And these guys were excellent at project execution planning. They had planning workshops almost every month. And I think that's something that we could look at and something that really has helped in the past. In terms of project execution planning, one of the big things was, what are we buying? What contract are we using? And what does that look like? So for example, in a refinery situation, you're looking at the transformers. It will take 18 months, and you know, well, it might take in the city another year to get that here, so you need to start planning that early. And all those discussions were held early on in this piece. Then we talked about operations and maintenance. Well, operations and maintenance were always involved very early on in these projects, and they always had an influence on the design. So when maintenance comes in and they look at a pipe above you and there's a valve there, they say, well, that's 6 meters up. How do we get there and maintain it every month or every 6 months when we get there? So those are the thoughts that are happening in terms of operations and maintenance. Another thing that has cropped up or spoken about recently is benchmarking. We must have the biggest database in municipal projects in the country. Do we ever look at how we've done in terms of plans, costs for this type of work? Have we compared ourselves to other directorates? Have we compared ourselves to whatever the database is telling us? I know a lot of the database is capital purchase items, but there must be some good, meaty infrastructure projects that we can look at and compare ourselves to. IS&T projects, how long did they take us? Have we actually looked at that? So there's a lot of data in there that we can look at moving forward. And then one of the last things I wanted to talk about was vision of success. What does success look like to us? Is it still cost? Is that part of it? Is it benefits tracking? What does that look like to us? And if we set it up front, we'll be able to drive the project to that successful conclusion. How are we doing? Okay, then in terms of back to phase 2, when we're looking at early concept phases, the folks always looked at design to capacity. What does design to capacity look like? What is it? It's optimizing our design for efficiency. Are we efficient? Are we designing a pump that can actually pump the 100 cubic meters that we want to see? Are there better ways of doing it? And there's one thing I haven't discussed, and that's in phase 2, when you look at your value management and value management technique. You look at all the materials you're looking at. Look at all the materials you're using. Are there better ways? Are there cheaper options? And there's a whole discussion in these projects on value management. What are we actually, can we use cheaper or better materials? Are there greener materials we can use, more sustainable materials? And then optimization. Can we do solar? Can we do alternative energies to look at our jobs? And what are they? And will they make an impact on your project? And currently, I know the engineering group is looking at 3D CAD BIM for more integrated solutions on design. And in those days, back in the days of the refinery, we're looking at more clashes when we're doing pipe runs, and clashes with existing plant. And I think the whole CAD and BIM is a science on its own, and I know it's being worked on here. Constructability, that's something I haven't mentioned yet. So constructability, you look at your design and you say, how are we going to build this project? Are we going to, or if you look at an example of that rig in the offshore, how are we going to get it there? We're using ships. Where are we going to build? How are we going to design? So they design in a central place like Houston, Texas. They fabricate in a shipyard in Korea, and then they transport it across to the Gulf of Mexico. So how many miles of work and transport are done is absolutely unbelievable. And then they look at the trade-offs of the materials versus fabrication costs. They look at fabrication costs in yards in Dubai, America, South Africa, and then Korea seems to be the cheapest one, including all those costs. So you'll find most of these mega projects actually designed in Houston, fabricated in Korea, and then back to installation in the Gulf of Mexico, because it's cheaper and it seems to be better value for the team. So yeah, as I conclude, I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. We need to create an owner's team. I know that professionalization is in progress. We need to create work breakdown structures which organize the project into smaller manageable parts. You can refer that work breakdown structure in engineering designs, our bill of quantities and our schedules. Lessons learned, there must be many, many lessons learned in the city that just need to be structured. And what are we looking for as a lesson learned? I don't want to know that we use the B52 bolts. That doesn't interest me. We need higher level lessons that we can share with other people doing similar projects. There must be many projects that are very similar in the city that we can actually learn from. I'm thinking of roads, I'm thinking of pipeline replacements, etc. And then, as I say, the benchmarking of similar projects. We always say, whenever I was out on site at Chevron, they always said to me, oh, it's raining, we can't paint the tank. I said, well, why can we not paint the tank? They're painting tanks in the forest, equatorial forests of Africa. So I mean, come on, why can't we do that? What is our excuse? Surely we could learn from other people doing something similar, that we don't have rain as an excuse in poor weather. Maybe we need to put some of our production in a factory, bring it to site, and erect it like that. And then my last point, we need to sell a project schedule and estimate as a range, not as an exact figure, because I think we all know that the only time we ever know the actual price or the actual cost of a project is right at the end where the final invoice comes. And up until then, it's only an estimate of the plus minus 5% valuation. But that's it from me, and are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions, any comments? Okay, we're going to break for just a quick 10 minutes and then we'll reconvene in this room at 11:20 for the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doc, how are we? It's good to meet you. I'm keeping this because I printed out the presentation and the notes. I'm trying to keep it secret and keep it in my bag. I forget that I don't want to leave it on the table.
Yes, otherwise everyone's going to see everything.
Ain't you good, yeah? I'm going to start lower down or come all the way up and then room 2 and then I'll circulate. See you next. Okay, guys, let's get started. Just to let you know, also, there's an earpiece on your table. Apparently, if the sound is not that great, you can use that. Apparently, it's really good. So just to let you know, it should be there in front of you. Okay, so let's keep the momentum going. We're going to introduce the next speaker. Okay, our next speaker brings a fresh perspective and a wealth of experience to today's theme. I'm excited to introduce someone who's not only knowledgeable, but also passionate about driving sustainable impact in highly complex environments.
Please join me in welcoming Jana van Leeuw, Executive Public Law. Jana, an executive at ENS in the public law practice, is a driving force behind legal innovation and reform in South Africa's public sector. With insightful expertise in administrative, constitutional, and regulatory law, she has played a pivotal role in shaping how government departments, municipalities, and public entities navigate complex legal frameworks. Her work spans public finance, procurement, land use, and infrastructure development, making her a key advisor in transforming governance and service delivery across the country. Jana's impact is felt through her litigation in superior and appellate courts, her drafting of legislation, and her investigative work for state-owned entities and municipalities. She has helped reshape legal compliance and accountability in sectors ranging from education and energy to mining and telecommunications. Her thought, leadership in constitutional law, particularly in education, positions her as a vital voice in the conversations on public sector reform. Attendees can expect a session of rich with strategic insights and practical guidance for navigating the evolving legal landscape of governance in South Africa.
Thanks, that's very generous. Appreciate that. I'm going to get myself organized. Good morning, everyone. It's really wonderful to be here. I spend a lot of my time in an office and not enough time with people who impact my area of work, so it's really wonderful. Just to give a little bit of background, is that I work a lot in public law, which is a very broad area. It's really focused with the way organs of state behave, how you make decisions, when you make decisions, how you engage with the local community, how you spend money, how you report that money, how you raise the money. So it's kind of end to end. And I often get to be involved in formulating the transaction structure with an organ of a procuring institution, preparing the RFP, supporting bid specification committees, designing evaluation criteria, bidder engagement, and then also when things go wrong, when there's judicial review. So my acronym space is very similar to yours: MFMA, PPP, PFMA, FIDIC, ERA, water services, whatever, public corporate governance, setting up municipal entities or public entities. And specific examples of where I spend a lot of my time is in the national government's REAP program, which is their flagship renewable energy program. We are the transaction advisors on a lot of the bid windows. In Transnet's PSP transaction, equity transaction around the Durban port. We are involved in a battery energy storage project in Buffalo City. And so I spend a lot of my time giving kind of legal expression to technical and finance. This conversation today, how do I okay, cool, thanks. This conversation, it's a little bit of a technical conversation that we're going to have. And I'm hoping to talk a little bit about some practical examples, but really just to give you an overview of, what administrative law is, what the legal framework is. We're going to talk a little bit more deeply about procurement and formalities in public contracts. And it's a legal conversation. You are the technical people. I just use legal language. So I'm going to try and be as non-jargony as possible, but I'm hoping that not to talk for the entire time that's been allocated to me. So I hope that you can ask questions and share some experiences, because I don't spend a lot of time working in the city of Cape Town. A lot of the local government entities or public entities that I get to work with are not in the city of Cape Town, and the city of Cape Town is a bit of an outlier. I mean, just being in the space with all of these people who work for the city on implementation, all these engineers, in fact, it's like wonderful to me. I can't wait to tell people that I work with how impressive it is to see this kind of human depth of expertise and technical competence. So it's very exciting for me. But of course, in the city of Cape Town, there's a huge spatial deficit of access to services, and so there's a lot of work for the city to be doing. So, as I mentioned, this area is quite vast, and this is really a whistle-stop tour of the minimum legal requirements that overlays a lot of what I think is the work that you do. And if I leave you with nothing, it is really to understand or to recognize your power and your process in exercising that power is really kind of fundamental to what you do. And then magic, and then we can press it again. So administrative law it's public law, so it's concerned with the state and organs of state, and it usually implies a coercive power that you have. You can force through the law the population generally or a sector of the population to do something. And public power isn't only wielded by public bodies. In certain cases, private bodies also exercise public powers, especially when they're acting for and behalf organs of state. The most well-known example is Cash Pay Master Services, that was providing social grants to the poor for and on behalf of SASSA. And the courts have said that the performance of statutory or constitutional obligations are so important that the service providers that are performing those functions can't hide behind the fact that they're a private entity. Our law can also give them or attribute constitutional and statutory duties onto them when they are doing certain kinds of services. And I think that another example is in municipal service delivery. I know that the City of Cape Town does a lot of its own in-house work, but and especially now as the electricity markets are liberalizing, we're going to have private participation in our distribution networks, in our transmission networks. It's going to be very important that the way organs of state contract makes sure that the allocation of statutory and constitutional duties are tightly regulated, because it's foreseeable, given the all-pay examples, that our service providers will be required to continuity of supply. So administrative law is, I think, what you do on a daily basis, which is really the core business of government. It's implementing or administering the policies and the legislation and the council resolutions that are made here on a daily basis. Administrative law has always been around, but under the 1996 Constitution, it's a codified constitutional right. And it's essentially that everyone has the right to just administrative action. And really what that just administrative action means is that those who are subject to that coercive power, so citizens or you in this room, that you are entitled to a fair and proper process, and that you're entitled to participate in that process. And whatever the decision is that is at the end of that process is rational and reasonable. And rational and reasonable means it's connects the means that you've chosen, it links to the end that you want to achieve. You're not to do a power plant to grow oranges on trees. That doesn't make sense. And the other factor is that it's evidence-based. So, for example, there's a live example happening at the moment, a little bit unrelated to kind of contract management, but the Minister of Employment and Labour has declared numerical sector targets across businesses for employment equity plans. And one of the questions that's being raised is, what are these numerical targets? What information did you use? What workforce analysis was provided? What economic analysis was provided when you decided to pass regulation? Agricultural sector, for example, to have equity targets that look like that. And so a way to challenge government decision-making is to say, you have no evidence, or you have poor evidence, or you have outdated evidence. So it's very important in, I suppose, the work that you planning in particular, that it's grounded in adequate evidence. The other factor around administrative justice is the principle of legality. It's the main national democracy, which is that we are founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. And this means that institutions of government, and including the president, national and provincial and local government, the executive, when they make high-level decisions, must at all times act lawfully, in good faith, for a proper purpose, and rationally. So no arbitrary public conduct is permissible in our constitutional democracy. And where decisions of organs of state have failed, we have a very robust and independent judiciary, as I hope most of you know, and has no qualms about setting aside public decisions that fail to meet the standard of the rule of law. And we have in our constitutional framework or fabric something called constitutional citizenship. And that organs of state, government, public entities are held to a higher standard of conduct. It means that the law and our courts have higher expectations of government to conduct itself according to the law and to undertake or to discharge your powers and your functions through a proper process. This means we can't take the law into our own hands. It means when something goes wrong on site, where you are, for example, that one can't take the law into the own hands by simply confiscating something or interrupting something or that kind of thing. There's everything that you do as an organ of state can only be done through law. It's what animates or activates your powers, and why it's so important that whenever you do something, planning, implementation, contract management, performance management, it's all done through the prism of what's provided for in statute, in your bylaws, in your resolution themselves. Thanks. And then we can go. The Constitution, we always hear this phrase as the supreme law of the land, and it really is. It's the foundation of all our rights, our duties, our freedoms, our privileges. And as I was trying to emphasize earlier, nothing legitimate can be done without the authority of the law. It's like it's the bottom line. Can I contract for this thing? Can I procure for this thing? Can I stop this person from doing this work? Can I rather go with this supplier versus that supplier? Can I pay this amount? All of that operates in a legal framework. And so when you are paying not according to your processes, we say that's irregular expenditure. When you are paying for something that you didn't get for, that's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that's treated in a particular way. When the council, when you want to contract for something for 4 years or 5 years, and the council hasn't considered that contract as it is to be executed, that has legal consequences for the enforceability of that contract. So there's a really very tightly stitched up system, particularly actually much more strictly, I would say, for local government than it is for national and provincial government. Really that marries municipal process decision making with all of that is very tightly stitched together. And the important thing that I've picked up, because I read the MFMA and the systems like the PFMA a lot, is that the scheme of the local government legislation is such that the kind of presumption, the prevailing position, or the general position, is that municipalities themselves provide services to the community, and then only in exceptional circumstances can an external mechanism, not exceptional, but in specific circumstances, does an external mechanism get deployed for the delivery of municipal services, for example. But importantly, that decision-making process around whether mechanism, what kind of contractual terms will be included in that service delivery agreement or service level agreement, comes with a higher degree of public consultation, which is unusual in the national and provincial space. And the lack of public consultation or the lack of meaningful, adequate public consultation is also a potential space where local government entities can get tripped up because it goes to the rationality and the fairness of the process that you are engaging in. And because local government is the coalface of participatory democracy, there's quite a lot of emphasis in all of the legislation, particularly around contracting methodologies, that requires engagement with the local community. And I've seen recent cases or issues that are cropping up where a municipality wants to get aggregation services, for example, for a 20-year period, and they have not published the notice of their intention to conclude a 20-year contract, or they published a notice, in their words, on public notice boards. And the courts want to know, well, where are these public notice boards, and who's reading these public notice boards? Like, it's one thing for you to say we published the notice on the notice board, but who's actually engaging in it? Have you done it effectively? Is it done in a meaningful way to actually get adequate, meaningful participation? And so, you know, it's again one thing to have very good plans, but it's also important to implement those plans in the spirit and letter of the law. So where am I? All right, so Section 33, the kind of other framework legislation is PAJA, the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. It's really framework legislation, and it tells us the reasons why decisions by organs of state can be set aside. So that's called the grounds of review. And those grounds of review are, it's a long list, but essentially it's where an organ of state has done something where the law doesn't authorize that conduct, or where in the decision-making process, a factor was taken into account that was in fact irrelevant, or relevant factors that ought to have been taken account were not taken account of. There's some kind of bias or impartiality or partiality on the part of the decision maker, or a mandatory requirement in your tender documentation wasn't followed. So it's any kind of defect in the process where the decision could be challenged. Thank you. I wanted to give some examples of administrative action because it's quite wide, and it can include making, suspending. So firstly, it's both a positive decision, administrative action, and it's a failure to make a decision. So a person applies for zoning approval and no decision is forthcoming. That failure, that non-decision can be reviewed. And there often what a remedy would be is for the court to substitute the decision of its decision with the decision of the decision maker. But other examples are granting a license, issuing a certificate, giving approval, consent or permission, doing something that refrains, so suspending, revoking or refusing a license, imposing any kind of condition or restriction, refusing, any kind of coercive act or mechanism or permissive things that grants rights. Our courts, the language of PAJA says that an administrative decision affects rights, but the courts have taken a much wider definition of what affecting rights means to include affecting rights and interests. So it means that you could have your right to participate might not be your interest in a decision process or outcome might not be one where you're going to get rights yourself, but you are interested in it, or you might have some you might live adjacent to the area, or it might impact business interests, or your residential property value, or some access to ancillary access to a service. Even though the courts recognize even that kind of broad range of interests as protectable in the administrative justice arena. So it's not just that they affect rights, it's that it's also got the capacity to affect legal rights and interests. And here I just want to kind of say that that administrative action doesn't stop and start with a procurement. So we issue an RFP and the tender is awarded and we conclude a contract, and now it goes in terms of that contract. The administrative justice principles apply throughout the contract, and when I talk a little bit about procurement later, I'll explain more practically what that means, that it's always, it doesn't go away, because whenever you are contracting, and the way in which you behave in your contracting performance management again, or the kinds of terms that you might have in your contract, it's always with the recognition that you're acting in accordance of a public mandate that is recognized in law. And so even the way you might treat your supplier or your service provider, or how you might give notice to a local community about the work a prospective supplier or service provider might be doing in that area, all of that happens through the prism of administrative law. And a failure to comply with administrative law has major consequences, because you can have your decision suspended or set aside, and that obviously causes challenges for your planning and delivery models, and you spend time in court and doing all sorts of things that are not necessary to service delivery. I just have a very short slide here, the next slide, which is just again on so I've reflected now that administrative action affects rights and interests, but I wanted to pause just briefly on reasons. A key part of the culture of justification and the rule of law that we have in our constitutional democracy is that people have a right to understand why a decision was taken. And usually good practice, best practice is that reasons are proactively provided to a person who is the subject of an administrative decision. It's not compulsory, but it is good practice. But people whose rights are affected or whose interests are affected, and here again, interest could also be you're a local citizen or a resident and you just want to know how that tender was awarded. You don't have to have participated in the bid, you don't have to be awarded the bid, you didn't have to attend a bid clarification meeting but never submitted a bid in the end. Just the fact that you live in that area gives you that interest in understanding how the city has decided to award a tender to a particular service provider. And there one can ask for reasons. The request for reasons under PAJA is usually made within 90 days of the decision being made, and the standard for adequate reasons is quite wide. The important thing is that the person who requested the reason really has to know why he took the decision, and not at a high level, but at least get a good understanding. So usually we would say that all the information that's relevant to the making of that decision would be necessary. Trying to think now. So if it's a procurement decision, a bidder wants to know why did you award the tender to X, you'd say, here was our RFP, these were our evaluation criteria, this is how we evaluated technical functional criteria, this is where we landed on price and preference, and this is why we then awarded to the highest ranked bidder. And here's the score sheet. That kind of transparent decision making and accountability is always helpful. It doesn't help the organ of state to try and not be fully transparent, because if that bidder or that interested person really wants to get to the nuts and bolts of why that decision was made, they will do that. They'll get there. I'm going to focus now, because I can feel myself getting there, but onto procurement. The best practice for procurement is a competitive process, and all of procurement, the source of procurement is in Section 217 of the Constitution, and Section 217 gives us the constitutional principles for public procurement, which must be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Procurement applies both to acquisitions of goods and services, but also in the context of disposals, in the context of disposals of rights in land, selling property, selling other kinds of assets, it's unusual because it's always been strictly considered to be an acquisition rather than a disposal. But there was a case in 2020 that said essentially that there's no reason why when an organ of state disposes of assets or disposes of rights, grants rights, that it shouldn't also follow a process that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. It doesn't have to follow a classical procurement process, but it has to at least meet those 5 constitutional principles. And there's quite flexible ways to do that. I'll give a practical example. If you take one of the things that was being explored at one sense was how to incentivize small-scale embedded generators to sell or transfer surplus energy consumed in their homes back onto the municipal grid. And so one way was, well, could consumers pay for electricity with electricity? And how would we do that? And then, is that an act of procurement? That was one question. But the other question was, could we, once that prosumer has paid for all of their electricity consumed with electricity exported from their small-scale embedded generation rooftop solar PV, what happens if there's excess? Could we apply a tariff that allows us to purchase some of that excess energy? And what would that scheme or what could that system look like? Is it procurement? Yes, it is. Who could participate? How would we secure these values of equity, fairness, transparency, competitiveness? And so in that example, it's, there's an example where it's an example where the organ of state could give a notice, for instance, to the public, and they can participate in the state's program. And so the notice, the open participation, potentially the regulation of the tariff at which that additional energy is purchased, all could meet the constitutional requirements. And I'm reflecting on it is because I think very often in public procurement, the organ of state is expected to know everything that they need. And sometimes you don't know everything that you need in the moment because you haven't planned the full, you don't know all the permutations, or it's a novel space, it's a new project. And there are other ways in which to engage in procurement methodologies that meet the constitutional principles, but isn't the classic offer acceptance method that we all know very well. So competitive procurement being your baseline, and that's your traditional way that we understand it. It applies to both acquisitions and disposals. But there are, of course, other kinds of procurement or procurement by other means, which was through sole source procurement, unsolicited offers, and direct negotiations. And I wanted to just reflect here because what I've seen recently is an organ of state will procure for, again, sorry, just because it's the front of mind, aggregation services. Your supplier produces some kind of software to help the organ of state aggregate maybe their electricity bill so that they can pay ESCOM and recover revenue from their residents. But then the local government entity decides we want to expand the services. And in that expansion of services, it's new things, new scope of works, or new activities that need to be done. And it makes sense, logically, that you might want to continue with that service provider, but to the extent that there are new activities, or the test is often, did we procure for this in our RFP? If you didn't, then it's new scope of services, and then one's got to apply in the ordinary course, a competitive process for the balance of those new services, or there might be reasons why your SCM policy can allow for direct negotiations with that supplier to extend the services or add the new scope, and that's you can definitely deploy direct negotiation, or you might decide in the framework of your SCM policy that you could go to 3 or 4 suppliers to test the market for the additional services. I had mentioned earlier that the traditional procurement system requires the offer and acceptance, where we want these services and we want the market to make us offers on the services. It is, I know that the City of Cape Town has quite a mature RFP SCM process, but it is honestly not uncommon to see an organ of state procuring for services without attaching the contract that they want to conclude with the service provider. And it is so curious for me often, because my question to, if I'm representing the organ of state or if I'm representing the participants in the market, is, what were you offering? What on earth were you offering? How did you know what the scope of services were? What were the terms? Are you accepting the terms when you respond to this RFP? And then there's a kind of that, well, no, there was an RFP and there was an Annexure A with 5 bullet points about what the services were, and so we bid for that. But and it's a 3-year contract. It's not enough to give you what you need on either side around really drilling down into what's required. And I think that's really important, because in the contract negotiation period and in what happens once that contract is concluded, it's very easy to run into a whole host of difficulties because the details have not been ironed out and understood. And it really is absolutely necessary. There's a municipality, for instance, in the Western Cape that did a massive procurement project and attached no contract, asked the service provider to provide them with a copy, an example of a contract, which that service provider did, but it's drafted not in a way that suits the requirements of that municipality. And the difference between getting a contract proposed to you by the supplier is that that's a private entity. They are profit driven. You are the organ of state. You have the democratic mandate. You are expending public funds. You have a different set of circumstances and interests and duties relative to that private sector partner. So in the case of, say it's an energy project, and you ask that supplier to give you the PPA, they're not the ones sitting with the constitutional obligation to provide uninterrupted electricity supply to the local residents. So a different set of circumstances would apply to them for termination, for performance, etc. So it's really, really important that, and this is to that point about understanding your power, is that you have the democratic mandate, you are expending public finance, and you've got the duty. So that must be leveraged, I think, and I think can be. I was saying to someone from the IDC actually the other day who was going into a negotiation, I said, look, whatever happens, the road has to be built, and no one else is going to build the road. You're going to build the road. So either that party meets you where you need to be met, or you move on, because they want the work and you have to, and you're going to get that work no matter what. That's part of your mandate. So it's really also in that context about leveraging your negotiating and bargaining power more effectively. I mean, I don't know why we don't ask it's a bold move, but we don't ask the private sector to disclose some of their margins in their offers, because we don't have a lot of full disclosure in price transparency around what bid prices are, what are the costs, what are the input costs, where's the markup, how many people, getting more information around what the prices are, because how, it weighs into how we secure value for money, and etc. And to know that there's a decent markup, but not one that the city or the state is overpaying. And we do see that often, sometimes in the PPP payment systems, or the way in which the pricing is secured in PPP contracts, particularly the first wave of PPPs. I'm almost at the end. It's just on formalities. Thank you. It's just a really simple point around contracts. And the essence is that the MFMA regulates the formalities for municipal contracts, or local government contracts. They must be in writing. They must explain the terms and conditions of the contract. There must be clauses that deal with termination. There must be clauses that deal with underperformance. One thing to note on performance, particularly around municipal service delivery and everything that goes with it, is that it's really important or necessary to understand that putting a supply on terms or service provider on terms for non-performance is one thing, but it's also important to have a plan B. And we have seen that the service provider is not performing well. We need to terminate, but we've got nothing, or we don't have a way to catch that, so we can't interrupt. And then there's a confusing tango, because one puts on notice for non-performance. The supplier knows you don't have a backup. Then you've got to go back and you've got to claw back to get the service done, and then we create problems for ourselves because we're being lukewarm. So often when one's ready to do performance management with a view for termination, it's really important to know what the plan B is, what's going to step in, and to be able to do that quite effectively, particularly if there's going to be an uninterrupted service provisioning, or you're already in your expenditure, the money's got to be spent, or whatever the case may be. And then the last thing really is around amendments, and generally contracts procured through your SCM policy can be amended. Reasons for the proposed amendment have been tabled in the council. I'm not 100% sure how the city organizes it here particularly. This is just the general prevailing provision, and I accept that there'll be differences. And then there also has to be some public consultation on the amendment. Now, what is amendment to a contract? My next slide is Circular 62, and the essence of an amendment is that municipal contracts can be expanded or varied by not more than 20% for construction-related goods or services or infrastructure projects, and 15% for all other goods or services of the original contract value. So anything above that is regarded as an amendment. Anything below that, it's not considered an amendment and wouldn't have to go through that consultation and noting with the council, etc. And it's really just important to keep that in mind, and we can move on. And that's just really driving the point home, but I'm not going to drive it home again. And that's that. I don't want to go, I wanted to leave time for comments, but really what I wanted to leave with today is the principle of legality, which is everything that you do has to have the authority of the law. Procedural fairness is critical to contract management and performance management, and to leverage your bargaining power and the democratic mandate that's required. So Yeah, it's a bit more technical than I'd hoped, but yeah, there you go. Thanks very much.
Any questions or comments for Jana?
I mean, was that really clear? Oh, there.
Okay, let's start on this side.
Oh, you go.
Let's start. Okay, you guys decide who's going to go first.
Thank you, Jana, for your presentation. First question is around specifications that we draft in construction contracts. Many of them obviously reference standards that we have to comply with. And you mentioned the public entities are held to a higher standard of conduct, that constitutional governance item. I just have a question around when standards are repealed, what is the organization's stance when, particularly when perhaps the organization isn't ready to move into accepting those new standards, and what our risk is, what the city's risk is to not complying and actually not having the industry not complying. And the example I'm using here is the SANS 2001 SANS 1200 repeal and the implementation of 2001, if you are familiar with it.
Okay.
But otherwise, just in general,
Okay.
us ensuring that we need to comply with those standards as a requirement or just as a nice to have.
Yeah, I think it's a requirement, the way in which the city adopted those standards. But my question is, what's surprising me about the way you explaining that is that there isn't a transitional arrangement in place. And I would expect to see a transitional arrangement in place to allow time for ramping up.
It's definitely been a transition, and these items were revealed already in 2016.
Yeah.
So probably slow on the uptake by the industry, and also just some, I don't know, silent or professional lack of desire to take in, to push it forward.
Yeah. I think the risk is also in when things go wrong. For instance, if you're building a jungle gym or a road and the road collapses and people die, or, you know, that's where, and then it turns out that we didn't use the right standards, that we was, you know, that's where the risk exposure is with the city, because, you know, we expect that the infrastructure being built meets standards. It's why also the construction industry development boards regulations apply in quite strict terms to public contracts, in a way that doesn't necessarily apply to private contractors. So I think the fundamental risk exposure is when things go wrong, and there's harm. Sorry, I just want to say one last thing, is that also something I pick up is there's been non-compliance or non-enforcement, and there's a perception perhaps or feeling or sentiment that, well, we haven't been enforcing it for the last 5 years and now we can't really enforce it now. You absolutely can enforce it now. And so don't take that historic recalcitrance as a reason why not to do it now. You absolutely can, and it's fine to start regularizing when you need to. That's not a reason not to enforce the law, enforce the requirement.
Thank you, Jana. I sit within the space of road infrastructure planning as context, and within our projects, we often expected to engage the public, as you would expect, of course. And within this process, we very rarely, but we do accommodate amendments to what we originally took out of the public. And what sat with me was the amendments part of your presentation. I was trying to find out, if we did change an aspect which went out to the public, it's not contextual, but it's a design or something, and later on intended to execute that change. At what point do we have to draw the line of going back to the public with the change? Because sometimes it can be very minor, and sometimes it can be, a substantial change. So I'm just sitting there and I'm trying to think, is there something we need to be worried about when we make changes? And is there something that can guide us as officials as to when we need to repeat the process?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question and one that comes up a lot. And my kind of thinking about processes, and I should have probably reflected on this as well, is that fairness is a flexible process. So you can design, whatever your process is that you've designed, say it's around consultation, there's no requirement. You could impose a threshold. You could say, we're not going to go back if it's going to be beyond a particular, like in that circular that I referred to, it's a financial, it's pegged at an amount of 20% and 15%. I would say that if you've consulted, you're going to go through one road, but now you're going to go through a different road, maybe then, it's because that's potentially a new project or new people who might not have been aware or have participated previously might now need to pay attention to it. But if it's marginal, like moving the pavement 5 centimeters versus 10 centimeters, or I don't know what kind of variations there might be anticipated, I don't think it's always required that you need to go back. The question is it fair? Is the amendment fair? Are new interests being impacted here? Are new rights being impacted here that we didn't previously consult on? The other thing about public consultation is that representations by the public, it's not necessary, you don't have to take everything on board. What's required is to consider it, give it serious consideration, and then make a call. And so that's also just something to bear in mind when engaging with the public on plans and so forth, is that you can still proceed. There are other interests that might outweigh the individual interests or individual rights. Maybe it's about the importance of a park in that area, or about a mixed-use housing development closer to the inner city that's got to, meet some other kind of wider social need. And that's, again, about going back to the mandate. Is it safety? Is it, what are the other countervailing considerations? And then also, we've consulted on this. We've now provided an amendment. We don't have to come back to you again. There's no need unless I think it's a material, it might be something new. Yes, and then I think there were also hands here and here. So, okay.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, Yanni, thank you for that, Natalia. My question is in the context of dispute resolution, especially in construction contracts, right? So, sort of before we get to High Court and such, during construction contracts, we have to go through a dispute resolution process, and it usually ends up in adjudication, right? I don't even know my legal colleagues are here, but the city has been losing adjudications at a disproportionate measure for various reasons, and just sort of reading between the lines in a sense from the adjudication boards and different adjudicators that we encountered, there's a lot more precedent set on the engineering side and the contract conditions rather than perhaps our policies and things like that. And we as officials and good governance, of course, we have to express that through our contracts, SCM, MFMA and such. So it might be a bit blasphemous in this forum, but do we put precedence on the contract conditions? Because at the end of the day, these engineers and through the adjudications and the disputes, that is what the contractor signs and agrees to, rather than signing against a policy. Perhaps that's an internal city policy, but does from a legal and a judicial standpoint, do they look at the contract and the agreement that is signed between the city and the contractor? Whereas from officials and from the city and government, we have governance policies and such that needs to underpin all of our contracts. So where do we draw the line in that sense? Thank you.
I know it's hard, eh? And it's like the work of governing is hard. It's all your exposure lies throughout that process, because you've got to meet the standards throughout the pipeline of what informs your project. So I don't know. I think to the extent that they operate in conflict with each other, I think that's worth interrogating to make sure that your policies and those kind of more high-level decision-making instruments support the detail of the contractual provisions. And to the extent that that's not, the question would be, well, how can our policies better strengthen what we need on the ground in terms of our terms and conditions, etc. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's not easy.
Sorry, maybe just to ask, from the legal and judicial standpoint, what is paramount on that standpoint, so that when we do our reviews, we know?
Yeah, I mean, for a review, I just need one reason, one mistake. So, that's why I say your risk exposure is throughout the process, because non-compliance could be, a person could set aside the entire contract because the resolution wasn't properly granted or deliberated by the council, for instance, and then it doesn't really matter what your terms and conditions were, because something more upstream wasn't complied with. So, there isn't an easy, it's hard. It is hard, yeah. Okay, thanks so much. All the best. Thanks for having me. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to Yana. Okay, so just some closing remarks. As we conclude the purpose track, let's carry forward the insights shared today, not just as ideas, but as guiding principles. Purpose is not a destination, it's a discipline. It shapes how we lead, how we maintain, and how we grow. May the clarity of purpose continue to anchor your decisions and elevate your impact in every high maintenance challenge that you face. Thank you.
Colleagues, I am back with you. The rest of the parallel tracks will slowly start streaming in. I'm just going to ask Louise, you are perfect. You set up, you ready to go? Perfect. For some of the teams, I know there was a bit of a complaint around some sound-related issues. If you are struggling, the earpieces on the desk are working perfectly fine. You can control the volume and stuff there as well. Let's just allow a minute or two for the rest of the parallel tracks teams to join us, and then we'll tackle our second keynote for today. As expected, our second parallel track in the backwarding goal is so hotly contested. The guys are slowly starting to wrap up there. I think we should continue on our side. So for the teams that are lingering around the back, please find your seat so we can give Louise her piece, please. Okay. Colleagues and team, our second keynote speaker is a distinguished academic and practitioner in the field of stakeholder engagement. According to AI, 30 plus years, Louise? Excellent. That's what we strive for in terms of career growth. Louise Wolseley, a research associate at University of Cape Town, consultant and author, will present a compelling argument that strategic stakeholder engagement is not just a box-ticking exercise, but the ultimate strategy for achieving excellence, driving project success, and delivering exceptional value. Please join me in welcoming Louise to the stage.
Do you know, it wasn't very long ago that I was giving a presentation just like this, and I felt it had gone well because people clapped at the end. So just a big signal, if you clap at the end, I feel good. So I felt it had gone well. And afterwards, a lady came up to me and she said, "Thank you for your presentation. May I give you some feedback?" Oh. Feedback is a gift, okay? So of course I said, "Yes, please give me some feedback." And she said, "Can we go outside?" Now I start to get slightly worried. So we go outside and she says, "Louise, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to say that the way you presented it left no voice, no room for my voice to engage. The confidence in what you were talking about left no room for my voice to be heard." That's harsh, isn't it? Now, as a lecturer, that's a really important piece of feedback. I lecture on the master's program, so these are experienced graduates, and it's really important for me to understand I am not the sage on the stage. I'm most effective when I'm the guide on the side. It's even more, I think, some great feedback for us as stakeholder, people who work with stakeholders, because what's happening with our stakeholders really, really matters. And I think that one of the challenges that I would like you to consider as we go through today, this morning's session, is, are you creating that space for your stakeholders' voices to be heard? And can you hear your stakeholders' voices in the way that you are doing things? Can you hear their voices? Can you see their voices in the way that you are delivering our services and our projects to the public? Now, the way I'd like to prompt your thinking on this is I'm going to share with you some case studies and then share with you some of the lessons learned on these case studies. So let's start with this one. Yes, I have been a consultant in project management for 30 years. I'm a lot older than I look, hopefully. And one of the things that I get to do a lot of is to review projects. And normally I'm called in because there's a problem. So I go in and I see a project and it's a bit depressing because things have gone wrong. And I was working with an oil company here in Cape Town, and the manager said to me, "Look, Louise, let's have a look at a project that's gone really well. Let's see what we can learn when we get it right." And it was the implementation of a new credit control system. And everybody loved this project. When I spoke to the stakeholders, the senior managers were very happy with it. The team had been involved were very happy with this project. So I said, well, look, let's go and interview the credit controllers. Let's go up to Johannesburg. Let's go and interview those credit controllers. And we'll write a great story and we'll put it in the magazine and we can tell people about how wonderful this project has been. So off we go to Joburg, and I think you may know where I'm going with this story. As we sit down with the credit controllers, the project has been implemented 5 months ago. nobody is using any of the functionality that had been implemented in the new credit control system. Nobody was using it. Now, this is an example of where the operation has been the most amazing success, but the patient died anyway. And they're the worst, because we put the energy in, we put the money in, we put the time in, and it's still, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed at all. So what had gone wrong with this project? What was interesting about this project? Well, of course, one of the first things was that management didn't know that they weren't being used. But when we talked to the stakeholders, the team, the different groups of stakeholders clearly valued very different things. The team wanted to make sure it was implemented wonderfully. The operational managers, they were all about reducing costs. The sponsor just wanted the money in the bank later, or as quickly as possible. But the team, the credit control team, what they valued was the relationships that they build up with the clients, which allowed them to be effective in doing the credit control processes. And when we talked to them, they said, you know, we told the project manager, we talked to the project manager. She came to see us and we talked to her and we told her about the kind of things that we need to achieve to make this successful. But when it came down to what was implemented, none of that could we see in the way that it's been implemented. So what had happened? We had promised them, we had gone out and we'd engaged with them, we promised them that we would listen to them, and then we didn't do anything with it. And that's a real problem for us when we're engaging with our stakeholders. And I'd like to, if you like, one of the first things I suggest you do is think about all of the stakeholders that you're engaging with. Think about how you've woken them up. Because sometimes it's about waking up the right stakeholders and making sure they're aware of what it is that we're doing. Now think about how you're going to close them down. For every stakeholder that you wake up, you must have a view about how you're going to close them down. How are you going to close off that engagement? As Dr. Sullivan said earlier today, think about it as yourself, think about it as your family. If somebody asks you and takes your input, and then they never tell you what they've done with it, how do we feel? We feel like we wasted our time. And ultimately what occurs is you get this kind of rejection we see in this project where the team did not take the value and did not use the functionality. Now, the second one, I think we know about that. It's interesting hearing Ian talk about the mega projects today. This is really hard for mega projects, isn't it? Because there's so many stakeholders, it's really hard. It's interesting, I'm involved with the conversation about a large project in the UK called HS2. I'm part of the academic review of that. And that project, which is about a train, creating a fast train, which goes from London up to Manchester, is probably about to become the biggest project failure this century so far. And in the debate, I actually had somebody write to me to say, one of my project colleagues, in fact, to say that they had a flat in a complex by one of the impacted stations. And the first time they heard that their flat was going to be moved, destroyed, was when they heard it on the BBC radio in the morning. Now, we have to be better than that. I think we are better than that in the way that we engage with our stakeholders. Different project. Thank you so much to City of Cape Town, because over the years, I've been at UCT for 17 years, over the years I have gathered so many case studies from City of Cape Town, and they make such a difference to the way that we can engage with our students, and they can use real practical examples. And so to the team, I think it was Mark Haywood and his team who allowed me to they came along and they talked to our students, and we looked at the Athlone Vaccination Centre project. When you think of the Athlone Vaccination Centre project, what do you think of? Pain, suffering, working long hours? As a public member, in fact, you could do a bit of AI on this as well. The most common picture that comes up is that one in the right-hand corner, which is the horse and cart going to the Athlone Vaccination Centre. I don't know how many of you remember that. It was published on the radio, it was in the local media, and it was the horse and cart because it was our first drive-through, I think in Africa, let alone in South Africa. First time we'd had a drive-through vaccination centre, and we had a horse and cart driving through. Isn't that wonderful? And funny enough, I was talking to the change manager about this, and she said, you know what, we'd created such a good relationship with the media, it was actually them who came and suggested that to us. It wasn't necessarily the team who thought this would be a great win, wouldn't it? The media said, look, we could arrange, this gentleman's happy to do this, we'll come along, we'll take pictures, and we'll make it part of the whole process, which is great when you know you're working with your stakeholders well, when they feel able to come into your project and make suggestions. So what was great about this project, I feel, was the number of ways that communication and engagement was done. There were so many groups. I'm sure some of you in this room may have been involved. There were so many groups who were involved, not necessarily people who normally work together. And that communication had to be clear, and it had to be done in fast time. One of the techniques that was used was WhatsApp. Now, I suspect if I'd asked this question 17 years ago, well, in fact, there wouldn't have been WhatsApp, but 15 years ago, I'd ask my project managers and they'd say, no, not allowed to use WhatsApp. How many of us are using WhatsApp on our projects now, I wonder? Perhaps a bit of a show of hands just to get a feel. Yes, quite a few of us. It doesn't come for free, does it? We have to think about the way we use media in communication engagement. As the change manager said to me, she had 12 WhatsApp groups. And you have to be very careful about who you communicate what with. Otherwise you get this thing like in America where they give away national secrets. So we have to be careful about the way we set up our groups, and we better be very careful about who we communicate with and when. And as some of the project managers said to me, also when we're using WhatsApp, there's a bit of a forever on process because people expect a response quite quickly when you're on WhatsApp, don't they? They look for that green tick or that blue tick to check that you are looking at what they're saying. So there's a change in our working practices too, where we're expecting staff to now be forever on during that practice, and we must be very careful about that and think how we use these communication mechanisms. If we're going to introduce AI and we're going to use them in the way we create messages and clearer, we better make sure we thought carefully about some of the ethical considerations and how we're going to use that. And they really did in this process. So there were lots of different ways of changing the communication on this. We also found that we were using things like Instagram. I think it was one of the first times the mayor was put on Instagram. I'm sure he'd been on Facebook before, but it's maybe the first time. So suddenly we find ourselves able to use all these different mediums, which 10 years ago in City Cape Town, you'd have been told, don't even bring it up on your computer screen. You're not allowed to use it. But now we're using these communication mechanisms. And so the next one for us to think about in your own stakeholders is to ask yourself, what approaches are you using in the way you engage with your stakeholders? And if you're using the same ones that you always use, maybe you should question yourself. Maybe you're using the communication mechanisms which are convenient for you, rather than the communication mechanisms which are more relevant to the stakeholders that we're having to deal with. And perhaps we need to be more creative in thinking about that. Different case study. Please don't think that it's always IT projects that fail. Although I have to say there has been some work done in the UK by Oxford University suggesting that IT projects do have quite a high failure rate. This is a different kind of project. This is what we call a grudge project. It's actually an area that I'm doing research on at the moment. And grudge projects are those projects which nobody really wants, but we have to do them anyway. License to operate, change in our software. We have to do this because we needed cybersecurity because there's such a risk. And the problem with those projects is that they don't necessarily add value to our organizations. Now, can you see, even as I say that, how that might impact the engagement of our stakeholders? It might impact how interested they are in what we're doing, and it might impact the way that we have to engage with them to make sure that they remain engaged, despite the fact it's not the most interesting project necessarily in the world. And you have grudge projects in City of Cape Town. So what went wrong with this project? So this project was to essentially put in place new printer software. Right the way across a very large financial institution here in Cape Town was to put new software in right the way across. Every single department would be affected, all the way through to the call centres. And IT ran the project, and they started by saying, don't worry, this is a like-for-like replacement. You won't notice a thing. Now, if ever anybody, in particular IT, say that to you, I suggest you start worrying now. So, like-for-like project, don't worry. They brought the steering group together, discussed the project, and said, don't worry, it's all under control. And then they hardly ever saw those stakeholders again, for a whole variety of reasons. And in the meantime, IT went on with this project, and they had one particular stakeholder, happened to be the IT director. He said, this is great. There's so much we can do with the new printer control software. We can start to charge the clients. We can do these wonderful things as we are doing this project. And the project grew and grew, and one stakeholder predominated. So what can we take away from these types of projects? Well, let's start with that first one. I suggest to you that if you look at your stakeholders and you have a dominant stakeholder, worry. That's another thing to look at. Look at your stakeholder groups. Do you have one or two dominant stakeholders? Now, what dominant stakeholders do to us is they focus our attention, or they can focus our attention, and they can focus our attention inappropriately. It's a little bit like when you arrive at the scene of an accident, and there's all these bodies lying on the floor, and there's the ones that are screaming and the ones that are quiet. Which are the ones that you should be attending to is a really important question. And it's often the ones that are quiet, the ones that aren't screaming and shouting for your attention, who are the ones that you need to be dealing with first. So dominant stakeholders, they can be very attractive because they kind of give us a sense of direction, but they may be taking us in the wrong direction, as we see in this project. Actually, when it came to its implementation, just to give you a feel, it was rejected by so many departments for lots of good reasons. For example, the call centre. In the call centre, they went from having to use 3 keystrokes to print a document to 11 keystrokes to print a document. So hardly surprising that in the end, when it came to implementation, so many departments said, no, this is not what we signed up for. So watch out for those dominant stakeholders. There's a word for it in stakeholder language. We call it the Maven effect. You get overly focused. Like the Maven, you get focused on the gold. We get overly focused on those stakeholders, and they're not necessarily the ones that we should be focusing on. The other thing I suggest to you, you need to watch out for is that as time passes on projects or on any initiative, things change. If you're involved with an initiative really for more than 6 to 9 months, then things change. Scope changes. Scope is something in projects we're taught to worry about. But I tell you what you need to worry even more about is that over this time period, if your project changes, then the interest and the impacts on the stakeholders is probably changing as well. So you can't just sit there and say, you were there at the first meeting, weren't you? I now need to go out and say, actually, what we're doing is different. And you have projects where that's happening all the time. Changes are occurring. You better make sure you don't just worry about the technical impacts of those changes, but you also worry about what does that mean for the way that you are going to engage with those stakeholders? How are they going to be affected differently? What are you going to do about that? Okay. So I'm going to take us back now a long time to my very early days at UCT. And I was lucky enough to be allowed to do a case study on these wonderful things, our taxis. And it was the IRT implementation ready for FIFA. And I was working with a gentleman called Reggie Springlier. I don't know if Reggie is still around. Oh, thank you. It's we can do without that. You can go on to the next slide if that helps. Thank you. That was to wake you up. Wake me up. So Reggie was great, and he allowed me to come and talk to the whole team and to develop a case study about the first phase implementation. And of course, the real problem was that here we were time bound, we had to do it for FIFA. There were a lot of reasons why this shiny bright bus might not be that acceptable in Cape Town at that time. And the job that Reggie and his team were given was the business transformation. And their goal was to make sure that implementation is accepted and supported by the taxi people. Now, I don't have to tell you that's a difficult goal, still is. He inspired me so much that I went off to try a white taxi. I'll be honest, white ex-English person, I'd never been in a taxi before. My daughter had, so she took me down in Wynberg, and we went down through Wynberg. And I remember being in the taxi, and I'm going to say this from the heart sheet, the guy in the front, okay? He turns around. He says, "My name's Owen," and his name's Leroy. And I remember thinking, that's nice of him to tell us their names. And so in front of us, we can see flashing white red lights on the road. And the policeman stops the taxi, and he looks at the permit. He says, "You're not actually legislated to work on this route." So he turns around and he says, "Oh, no, sir, I'm not working. This is just my family." So that was one of my first introductions to the taxi. And everybody was very good humoured about it. We all got out and got onto another taxi and we moved on. But just to illustrate, this is an industry which has rejected regulation for a very, very long time. It doesn't want to hear what City of Cape Town's got to say. It's rejected that legislation. And that was the job that Reggie and his team had in order to get that acceptance, to make sure that we didn't have buses burning in the lanes. And we did have, I think in some ways, and we can argue about this, we were more successful here in Cape Town than in some of the other cities because of this particular approach that we took. And the things I took away, and there's so many things on this case study, is that, first of all, there was a dedicated project team, and perhaps more important, what that means is a dedicated budget to the whole problem of stakeholder engagement with the taxi service. I'm not sure that that is so true now of some of the later IRT implementations like, you can argue with me, the bus turnaround in Iowa. I don't think we have that amount of dedication as we did then to that transformation, that working with the stakeholders. And what that allowed them to do is that this project, they populated with people who knew about the taxi services. They populated with people who could relate to the taxi associations. Reggie would say to me, "You know what, I'm not a project manager, but I know about the taxi associations." He had that knowledge to be able to engage with those stakeholders. They spend a lot of time understanding the taxi industry in order to develop the compensation schemes that came along afterwards. Indeed, I even heard of one taxi association leader who said, "You know what, the city knows more about our business than we do." And that was very important on this type of project, was to build that trust and to build that belief that they could come to get to solutions which they could come up together with. The other thing Reggie was very, very keen on was the use of the stakeholders' voice. First thing he said is you don't go into a meeting unless you already know what the answers are, unless you know you can deal with the feedback you're going to get. Because as we've already said, if what you do is you let people engage and then say, well, sorry, got to ignore that anyway, you're creating problems for yourself. So he had done his homework first. He went into those meetings to ensure that they could take forward. And when they immediately fed back to these groups, they used not all those wonderful acronyms that we saw earlier today, but they used the language, they used the way that people spoke of the stakeholders, which is very important for you. So a few things we take away from here, and that is that if we're going to engage with stakeholders, we've got to provide them with information. There was a lot of work done on that. And we've got to provide the time and space. And in this particular project, that was done by creating a whole project, essentially focused on our stakeholders. Okay, let's start to round some of these ideas off. So in summary, what are those principles? Well, you can open all of those up. That's fantastic. Let's start at the top there. Stakeholder engagement provides information and space. Ask yourself, are you doing that? Are you providing information and space? Going round to that right, if you've got stakeholders to engage and participate, have you acknowledged that? Has their participation in some way influenced what's happening in the work that you're doing? Stakeholders should have a say in the decisions that affect them. That's a really hard one. We know that a lot of stakeholders are our naysayers, but even if we don't like hearing what they've got to say, we're going to have a way of dealing with it, even if it's to say, sorry, it's not going that way. Stakeholder engagement also means we do it their way, not just our way. 10 years ago, when I was working with projects in IY, it was not uncommon, and I'm sure some of you remember this, where the way we communicated was by sending out thick reports and expecting people to be able to read them, or putting something out on the internet and expecting our stakeholders to have access to the internet. We know that can't work anymore. We have to use the engagement approaches, which are good for the stakeholders that we're talking to. And we need to go and find them. One of the unpleasant characteristics of our stakeholders sometimes is that they hide. They hide from you. And they can do it simply because they're too busy. They can do it because they also know something else, and that is the greatest power is when they hide from you and then they come out at the most inconvenient time. So saying things like, well, we're too busy at the moment, so we won't engage with them. You know, even as I say it, you know those are the ones that are going to bite you on the bum later down the line. They're the ones that are going to jump out and say, remember me, I've got something to say. And it's often at that most inconvenient time. I used to have 5 principles. I think that's what I got in my book. But I was in the insurance company, and I was walking around, and there was a lady who had got the 5 principles on the wall, and she'd made them 6. And you can see that bottom one down there, which is, it never hurts to be polite. And I think that's probably, I added that to my list because I think that's probably true as well. Now, don't get me wrong, you guys are good at this. You are good at this. You are faced with a lot of challenges. And when I've been talking to you just this morning, you are good at this. You know about this. As Dr. Suleiman said this morning, you know, we're pretty good at this in South Africa. We are pretty good at this. I gave a presentation like this in Arizona, in America, a few years back, and I included a discussion about that IRT project. And at the end, a young American came up to me and said, did I think that South Africans were more emotionally mature than Americans? Well, I think, given current state of affairs, it's pretty bleeding obvious, don't you? We're definitely more emotionally mature. But of course, I didn't want to stereotype, so we talked about that a little bit. But I think because we're used to diversity, because we have to run our projects, we have to do the initiatives that we're doing in diversity, and we have to deal with these challenges, We do know about these things. And it's just making sure that we keep them in our heart all the time. So I'm going to finish on a story, and where better to go for a story than these guys, which is the gift of the givers. And we heard from Dr. Suleiman this morning. I'm a story stealer, I admit. I'm an alcoholic, no. I'm a story stealer. Now, I learned from the best. My husband of 44 years, he's a great story stealer. You probably have story stealers in your family. You know it. You're at a braai or you're at a dinner, and somebody in your family, maybe your partner, is telling a story. And they're telling that story as though it was their story. And you know it's yours, don't you? You know it's yours, and you get upset about it, because, you know, it's my story, it's not his story. But actually, of course, they're doing you a great favor, a great showing recognition of you, because stories are really powerful, and that's why I raise them now. Stories are a really powerful way of getting people to understand what it is you're trying to do. So if somebody borrows your story, in many ways what they're doing is saying to you, when you told me this, it was so powerful that I've now internalized it. Possibly even internalized it to the point where I feel I did it. It's become, so stories are extremely powerful ways of engaging with us. So I was listening to Dr. Sullivan up in Durban, and he was describing that a while back, and they were in places like in Europe, they were doing international aid. And he was describing how when they get to a international aid place like Bosnia or Ethiopia, and they get there and all the aid organizations are there. And they're all rushing around doing things. And he said, do you know what's the first thing we do when we get there? Nothing. What we do for the first day or so is we go out and we listen. We listen and we ask questions. Because until we understand what those stakeholders are lacking, till we understand the best way that we can engage with them, till we understand what they value, there's no way we can do our job. And I think that's one of the last points I'd like to leave us on is, are we going out? Ask yourself, are you going out? Are you understanding what the citizens are asking of the work that you are doing? And one of those things that we need to take away. So I suggest to you, yes, listen early, make sure you've understood value, both their value and yours. Look for collaboration approaches where you can. Because I suggest to you, without engagement, you're not going to get endurance in the things that you do, and you're not going to get that high performance. What do you think? Thank you.
Are there any immediate possible questions for Louise? Maybe I'll take one from the floor, if any, or comment. Okay, I'll make the comment. We don't have Ben with us, but I know that there is a gift for Louise that's around here somewhere. Maybe I'll ask Rob. Rob, do you mind just filling in for Ben just in terms of the photo opportunity? But from our side, I just want to say thank you, Louise, for reminding us that true excellence is achieved if you bring people along with you. And I think that's a golden thread for all of the other tracks that I've visited for the last hour and a half. There we go. All right, I'm just going to ask you to come to the front, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
While the photo opportunity is taking place, I just want to give Louise another round of applause, please, colleagues. Excellent. All right, colleagues. I have 5 minutes to give you a quick roundup of the last hour. I want to encourage the teams to please navigate online to YouTube, so you can go and find and experience for yourselves what brilliance has been taking place in the parallel tracks. To be 100% honest with you. Before I do that, I just want to say thank you to my stylist, Fabio. Apparently he's got a drawer filled with bow ties and accessories of different colors. So if you're ever in a pickle, 16th floor is where you'll find the SPE team. To Mish, where are you, sir? Thank you. Right on that side. Thank you for holding down the fort for version 1 of EPCM Forum. You did an excellent job, and I hope I've lived up to that expectation, colleagues. Just in terms of the quick wrap, we went through governance, we've been through stakeholder management. In track 1, we had Ian Thompson up first talking lessons learned in mega projects. And a couple of tidbits dropped on there. The idea of an owner's team and having a skilled set of team members belong to that particular unit. In the city, similarly, we don't sink or swim alone. It's a team effort. Whether it is governance that C3PM represents or whether it's line departments, we all have a role to play in this very, very complex machine we call City of Cape Town. If I move through to track 2, Cindy, excellent. All about ethics, role clarity. And again, the idea that it takes a team to actually put forward all of the learnings and pushing forward those competencies. I think what stood out to me was the trifecta of academics, skills, and a willing attitude. And I think, again, re-emphasized by Dr. Suleiman this morning, if we have those 3 in abundance, there's nothing that can stop us break through the blockage of 9.5 billion year on year. Obviously, everything in that track was about service versus standards and trying to focus on both streams. Right? If I go to Chairman, thank you very much, Sinai. All about change management in the banqueting hall. I think what stood out to me was just his take on governance, on purpose, risk mitigation, the differences between a PM and a change manager. And the quote that you gave was around, it's one thing to build the bridge. It's another thing to get the community to actually use that bridge. And it's something that we don't often focus enough on within the city's context. I want to take you back to the banqueting hall for track 2. This was all around PPPs, let's call it the proverbial post that went a little bit viral. Thank you, Mish. Excellent facilitation there. To Jan, Kashifa, and Trevor, very, very well done. Kashifa obviously explained to us what the whole idea behind municipal PPPs are, and the particular lens through which we deal with PPPs. Trevor and team added, I love the analogy around a marriage in community and out of community property. For those that were in the room and for those who weren't in the room, go back and listen to that. Excellent analogy. And then obviously Jan spoke to the pillars, value for money, appropriate risk transfer through your PPP engagement, and then lastly affordability, which is obviously one of our driving principles, affordability and value for money. Then I'm going to take you to Jana's track that was in the chambers again, all around public law, and thank you for the teams that engaged there as well. Excellent questions, and I hope we take that conversation forward. But I think what stood out to me in that particular one was, again, stakeholder. Through the different levels of government per se, whether it's at national or provincial, a municipality is a special entity in that there's a strong focus on stakeholder engagement because we are on ground level. So for there, she's given you a play-by-play book of how to deal with legalities and how to understand it in the context of the work that we do. It shouldn't be a blocker. We can be leveraging law to our advantage. Then the Quinton's one in track 3, in room 2, very, very well done, Quinton, wherever you are. I don't see a hand, but he's around somewhere. Excellent. Lots of tidbits and nuggets of gold that you have dropped there. I think his was all about overcoming pitfalls in project management. Then I think I'll leave with this one. that communication should be clear and loud, especially for us as municipality officials. I think another gem was the equation for success. I'm not going to let you know what that equation for success is, but you're more than welcome to go and check there. And that we should be better with active listening. I think that's the key here. Sometimes in our own mind, we think we know what that requirement is, and Louise spoke to that as well. But the key is don't necessarily listen to the team or the individual or the community that's shouting the loud detract from what the goal of that particular program or project is actually about. And then the last tidbit that you gave me, Quentin, was the golden thread. Transparency and the truth equals trust. And I think sometimes as officials we forget that part. We don't have to fear that things are not going according to plan, 100% according to the schedule. It's all about creating a culture of transparency and telling the truth when the trouble does come, that will give us this environment of truth and that's of trust, and that's what it's actually about. So let me not be the blocker between us and lunch. Lunch will be served in the banqueting hall on the 4th floor. You can use any orifice to get there, stairs, lifts, but we need to be back in this main chambers at 14:30, so that is 2:30. You will get an engagement or a reminder around 14:20, just a 10-minute warning for you to make your way back up here, but there's more than enough food. Use this time to recharge and network with your peers. And then I'll see you guys promptly at 2:30 for the award ceremony. Thank you, colleagues. It's a pleasure.
what I need. Well, but here's another seat.
It's just my seat.
Good. Give it 2 minutes.
Okay, sure. I've just asked that chap just to, I'll give him the signal because it's actually
So just tell the guys we're going to start. Just tell them. And
right. Colleagues that's filtering around or hovering around the outskirts, please make your way down to your seats. We will be starting in the next 2 minutes, please. Right, can we slowly start settling in? I know there's a couple of straddlers behind. Let's give it another 30 seconds and then we will start my favorite segment of the day. All right, welcome. If you guys enjoyed the lunch as much as I do, then I know we're going to need to power through the EPCM awards very, very quickly. So colleagues, thank you for your attendance. I've been lucky enough to roam the various rooms and done some networking during the lunch break. And I hope that if there's one thing you take back, whatever it is in your mind, that you try and make it impactful within your life. Now, we will have the highlight of the day, the EPCM Excellence Awards ceremony that recognizes outstanding achievements across the city departments. Ben is here to my right-hand side. He will be the official handover of all of the awards as our C3PM director. Thank you, Ben. All right. So, congratulations to the finalists. First one slide on, please. Right, first up, just the congratulations. For those that is aware, there has been a process behind the scenes of a number of projects that have been recently executed in the city that have submitted for the IPMA Global Awards. And I want to acknowledge the three that you see behind me. Number one, Goodwood Social Housing Project, Human Settlements Department. Well done. Paardenvlei Switching Station in the Energy Directorate. Very well done. I see a couple of those representatives. And then lastly, the Coastal Parks Material Recovery Facility, Urban Waste Management. Just a round of applause as these guys make their way through to Berlin. All right, we will tackle this in three streams. We will do the engineering portion of the awards first. Then we will head through to the contract management section of the award ceremony. And then right at the end, bringing us home, is the project management awards component of the Excellence Awards portion. First one up, I'm going to ask you guys for all of the participation here. Candidate of the Year recognizes an outstanding engineer who meets the educational requirements and is gaining practical experience under mentorship. This award celebrates innovative thinking, strong problem-solving abilities, and a proactive attitude towards learning and development. This accolade encourages young engineers to continue striving for excellence in their early career stages. It gives me great pleasure to announce the award winner for Candidate Engineer of the Year, Ms. Lisa Marie Camphor from Urban Mobility. As Lisa Marie makes her way down, Lisa Marie Camphor is a senior professional officer in urban mobility. She exemplifies resilience and professionalism beyond her years. Recently, she successfully managed critical road rehabilitation projects such as Kalksteenfontein and Victoria Road, delivering innovative engineering solutions like a rubber-modified asphalt and repurposed concrete base layers that reduce costs and environmental impact. Her hands-on leadership during crisis, including contractor liquidation and emergency rockfall, ensured safety and kept projects on track. Lisa Marie's dedication to stakeholder engagement and risk management in challenging environments truly sets her apart as a rising engineering talent. One last time for Candidate of the Year. Right, so next one up, Professional Engineer of the Year. The Professional Engineer of the Year award honors an accomplished engineer who has demonstrated exceptional technical expertise and leadership within their field. This award recognizes individuals who are consistently delivering innovative solutions, drive successful projects, and contribute significantly to their organization and their engineering profession. The recipient exemplifies professionalism, ethical standards, and a commitment to continuous improvement and mentorship. Colleagues, we are ready. Kashifa Aziz, Water and Sanitation. Well done, Kashifa. Well done. We proudly recognize Kashifa Aziz, Principal Professional Officer in the Bulk Water Branch, as Engineer of the Year for her exceptional leadership and on Cape Town for a new water scheme. This landmark project will be the city's first direct potable reuse initiative, purifying treated wastewater to safely produce up to 100 million liters of drinking water daily, making it the largest of its kind globally. Kashifa is breaking new ground by leading the city's inaugural municipal PPP process in water and sanitation, demonstrating outstanding technical expertise and visionary project management that secures a sustainable water future for Cape Town. Thank you and well done, Kashifa. Right, the hotly contested Engineering Project of the Year. Colleagues, the Engineering Project of the Year recognizes outstanding innovation and excellence in engineering with strong focus on sustainability. It honors projects that demonstrate significant environmental responsibility, reducing resource consumption, and minimizing ecological impact. This award highlights the integration of green technologies and design principles throughout the project lifecycle. Winning projects in this environment often showcase measurable improvements in energy efficiency, waste reduction, or use of renewable materials. It gives me great pleasure to announce the Engineering Project of the Year. I know the winner. TMG Aquifer, Steenbras Groundwater Scheme, Water and Sanitation. No problem. David, can I ask you to bring the rest of your team down as well, please, so they can do the acknowledgement while I read the acknowledgement. Well done. The TMG Aquifer project, Steenbras Groundwater Scheme, is a pioneering engineering project that significantly enhances Cape Town's drought resilience by delivering 25 million liters of groundwater daily. Implemented as part of the Water Supply Emergency Implementation Plan, it featured innovative adaptive engineering techniques, including deep production bores drilled up to 1,000 meters, modular pump houses, and flexible HPDE piping systems. The project's adaptive approach, parallel drilling, framework contracts, and real-time data-driven design adjustments enabled rapid delivery under emergency conditions. Located in ecologically sensitive nature reserve, the project broke new ground by integrating stringent environmental controls with engineering prowess. It secured expedited approvals and implemented biodiversity offsets and low-impact construction methodologies, setting a benchmark for sustainable infrastructure development. This project demonstrates excellence in technical innovation, flexible design, and responsible environmental stewardship in a high-pressure context. Well done, David and team. One last round of applause. Colleagues, before we move on to the contract management component, I just want to give Ben an opportunity to do a special segment. As most of you guys know, within the EMB, there's been a change in leadership. And we have a small special item just for some acknowledgements. Ben, I hand over to you, sir.
Gerrit, Rob, as julle so lang kan vorentoe kom. So as you guys know, we've got a change of leadership, and we recently got a new manager for the engineering management branch. But first of all, as Kevin has said this morning, in 2018, I was tasked and I was asked to start looking at creating the engineering management branch for the city of Cape Town. And we at that particular point in time had a long list of things that we wanted to achieve from an engineering point of view. Gerrit was appointed as the manager, and we provided him the opportunity to create the engineering excellence and the Center of Excellence for Engineering in the city of Cape Town. And over the last couple of years, Gerrit has been instrumental in trying to drive engineering standards, creating a platform for all of us to operate within the engineering space. And his time has come to move on. And luckily, we will not lose him. He's successfully got a post-retirement contract from the city of Cape Town, and we will focus just on the built environment professionalization for the city of Cape Town, so at least for the next 3 years. But with that, I've started a new particular thing which I'm really, very proud of, and I would really like Gerrit to just hand over back to Rob Loubser, who is the new manager for MP. Just a little bit acknowledgement of what we're trying to drive also from excellence across the organization. You guys will see in this little bag, we've got a little relay baton, and on there is a little bit word that we imprinted also the first manager, the second manager, and that's something that we will keep on handing over as we progress our journey on engineering management. Thank you very much.
One last time. Thank you, colleagues. We now move to the contract management segment. There's 4 awards in this one. So the first one is a debut, Contract Administrator of the Year. Then we go on to Young Contract Manager of the Year, Contract Manager, and then lastly, Contract Management Officer of the Year. Maureen, you with me? Perfect. Right. First one up, next slide, please. Contract Administrator of the Year. Debuting at the EPCM Awards, the Contract Administrator of the Year Award honors professionals who masterfully navigated contract life cycles, delivering precision, compliance, and strategic oversight at every stage. Are we ready for the Contract Administrator of the Year? And the winner is Onisa Joni Corporate Services. Shoni, a standout professional, consistently demonstrates maturity, technical excellence, and leadership well beyond her years. She is a top performer in CRMS compliance, maintaining flawless 100% comment rate while confidently representing her unit at senior forums. Known as the CPA Whisperer, Onisa leads with precision, never missing a deadline and mentoring peers to uplift team performance. Her achievements include streamlining CPA workflows, strengthening contractor accountability, and passing all contract reviews without a single material finding. Isn't that inspiring? Onisa embodies the future of contract management, competent, ethical, and unwavering in her commitment to public sector excellence. One last time, colleagues, Onisa. Righto. We then move to the Young Contract Manager of the Year award. This one recognizes an exceptional early career professional demonstrating outstanding skill in contract management. This individual has shown strong leadership, strategic thinking, and innovation in managing complex contracts and delivering high value outcomes. Are we ready? The Young Contract Manager of the Year goes to Kasim Johar, Corporate Services again. Mr. Johar exemplifies the next generation of contract management leadership through his strategic thinking, operational excellence, and commitment to innovation. He transformed fragmented practices by leading the creation of the TBS Contract Management SOP, significantly improving turnaround times, compliance, and transparency. As a SME in memo drafting and contract continuity, he ensures seamless service delivery by embedding lessons learned into future strategies. Kasim also drives strategic policy enhancements, cross-functional collaboration, and staff development through mentorship and internal workshops. One last time, colleagues. Well done. This one, I've been told, is a hotly contested one as well. The Contract Manager of the Year. The Contract Manager of the Year, it goes to individuals who exemplify excellence in contract management through leadership, integrity, and strategic impact. This professional consistently ensures compliance, mitigates risks, and delivers measurable value to the organization at large. They demonstrate outstanding skills in negotiation, stakeholder collaboration, and contract execution. Their innovative approaches and adherence to best practice sets a benchmark for the profession. Colleagues, the Contract Manager of the Year for 2025 goes to Mr. Grant Jacobs, Corporate Services. No problem. I was going to start to join. So in Grant's absence, Sandra, a manager will receive, also from facilities management. Grant has significantly improved contract alignment and operational planning through his recommendations and leadership. Just for the record, you know where he comes from, right? He did spend a stint with us. He played a key role in preparing departments for CRMS performance comment implementation, achieving full compliance and seamless reporting integration every time. Grant established a dedicated contract administration team that consistently maintains 100% compliance, over 500 works packages, 33 active transversal contracts, personally managing 50% of those. His standout management contract on 132G optimized procurement processes and met critical lead times, while his development on transversal FM, SOPs, and toolkits sets the standard for contract management success. Well done, Grant, in extension. Last one up for the contract management section of the awards. This one goes to the Contract Management Office of the Year and recognizes excellence in contract management practices within this organization. It honors a CMO that demonstrates outstanding leadership, innovation, and efficiency in managing contracts and supporting business goals. The award highlights best practice in risk mitigation, compliance, and collaboration across departments, or with external partners. It gives me great pleasure to announce the winner of the CMO of the Year as the Human Settlements Contract Management Office. Farmers and team, please please make your way forward. She's shocked. Well done, team. This CMO stood out as a top performer across both the Excel criteria metrics and the efficiency matrix. They achieved 100% MOA submissions prior to BAC deadlines, something we struggle with sometimes, maintained low CPA turnaround times, and earned consistently high contract review scores. Their office demonstrated strong and consistent governance, along with measurable improvements in organizational maturity. A clear focus on training and performance development further underscored their commitment to excellence. The CMO sets a benchmark for operational efficiency and strategic contract management within the organization. Well done, human settlements. Well done. I am going to ask one of the members from the project C3PM side to please come and join me up here. I'm looking for a senior ahead, or maybe Mark. Ian, you're more than welcome to join us up front here. Everybody still okay? You with me? Can I get a amen? Thank you. Thank you, Ian. All right, we're going to move to the last segment of the awards, colleagues. This one, again, for criteria. Young Project Manager of the Year, Project Manager of the Year, Project of the Year, and then the Project Management Office of the Year. First one up, Young Project Manager of the Year. So this award celebrates exceptional potential, innovation, and dedication as an emerging leader in the project management field. This individual's remarkable ability to deliver impactful results at an early stage of their career reflects a bright future in the project management profession and serves as inspiration to us all. It gives me great pleasure to announce Young Project Manager of the Year award going to Mr. Wesley Barters, System Equipment Replacement Project. Well done. Keep it coming, colleagues. In a project critical to ensuring safe and reliable electricity delivery, this young project manager led the successful replacement of key electric infrastructure equipment. Faced with ongoing community unrest, theft, vandalism, and extortion, he demonstrated exceptional resilience and leadership. Wesley's ability to gauge stakeholders, reminded by Louise this afternoon, including local councillors and community leaders, was instrumental in maintaining progress and building trust. Through innovative problem solving, strong negotiation, and resourceful management, the project was delivered on time and within budget. Well done, Mr. Barters. All right, colleagues, we are almost there. You guys still with me? Excellent. Let's rock and roll. Next one up, Project Manager of the Year. This is now for the Bullies. This individual award celebrates exceptional leadership, strategic vision, and outstanding contribution to successful delivery of projects. This individual's ability to inspire teams, manage complexities, and achieve extraordinary outcomes reflects the highest standard of project management excellence. It gives me great pleasure to announce the Project Manager of the Year goes to Samir Hendricks, Seapoint CO refurbishment, Table View Beach for upgrade, and many more. Well done, Samir. Mr. Hendricks played a pivotal role in the planning and planning phase of the Seapoint seawall refurbishment project, ensuring long-term protection of critical coastal infrastructure. His foresight and strategic planning laid a strong foundation for one of the city's most significant coastal resilience initiatives. During the execution of the Table View Beachfront Rehab project, Samir demonstrated exceptional leadership in managing complex logistic and environmental challenges. Well done, Samir. We're going to move on to the next one. 2 to go, colleagues. Next one up, Project of the Year. This award recognizes the exceptional execution, innovation, and measurable success achieved in delivering a project of significant impact. The dedication, teamwork, and professionalism demonstrated set the benchmark for project excellence and exemplifies the transformative power of project management. It gives me great pleasure to announce the winner of Project of the Year as Imizama Yetu Electrification Program, Energy Directorate. Can we have the team come forward for the award, please? As the team makes its way down, in the aftermath of the devastating 2017 fire that tore through Imizama Yetu in Hout Bay, destroying over 2,100 homes and displacing nearly 10,000 people, this CCT team responded with urgency and compassion. Through the leadership of the Electrification Program Management Team, working closely with informal settlement teams and community stakeholders, a bold and resilient electrification program was born. To date, this project has delivered 1,150 safe, legal, and electricity connections, overcoming difficult terrain, environmental constraints, and countless logistical challenges. This project has restored more than just infrastructure. It has restored the dignity, the safety, and opportunity to one of the city's most vulnerable areas and communities. Today, we proudly recognize this team as a shining example of what can be achieved under tremendous pressure within our environment. Well done, Clean Energy. Righto. To bring it home, right at the end, I present to you the Project Management Office of the Year Award. The PMO of the Year Award recognizes a PMO that has demonstrated outstanding leadership in driving project excellence and organizational growth. This PMO excels in implementing strategic initiatives that enhance efficiency, compliance, and maturity across all of the projects under their watchful eye. Through data-driven insights and collaborative engagement, they have fostered a culture of continuous improvement and accountability. Their measurable success and impact on project governance and delivery showcases their commitment to best practice and innovation. It gives me great pleasure to announce the PMO of the year as Corporate Services. Well done, Alton and team. You can come with your whole team, Alton. Come on, don't be shy. Come forward, team. For the record, another C3PM graduate. Well done, Alton and team. Colleagues, my work is almost done as MC for today. I want to just talk about the proceedings in terms of awards for IPMA SA and also the Global Awards. So if I can ask the teams just to go on to the next slide. Perfect. So for some of you that will know, this EPCM Awards and all of the applicants forms the basis for both the IPMA South African Awards that will be taking place on the 21st of November at 2025 at the DHL Stadium. Those same winners will also be applicants for the IPMA Global Awards that will take place next year in either September or October in Japan. So we encourage every single one of you, if you are connected to a project that meets the standard of absolute excellence, please, please, please start getting your project records together because we are expecting absolute brilliance year on year. We've had excellent winners all the way up to the top. Global winners, don't follow my eyes now. So we are fighting with the absolute best at the international scale. So please put forward your nominations moving forward. Congratulations to all of the EPCM award applicants. We received an outstanding number of high quality submissions this year round, which reflects the exceptional project work being done across the board in every nook and cranny of the city. As we move forward, we wish all of the winners and the applicants very, very well forward. With that being said, that's my show. I'm going to hand over to Big Ben, who will do the closing remarks of us. Thank you very, very much, colleagues, for being my riders for today. Thank you very much, Ben. It's in your hands.
Thanks, Carl. Much appreciated. And just before I start with my closing remarks, a couple of things. So on the awards, we will work with the award winners for those additional submissions to the next award phase. One or two things that I would like to just share with you, what you don't know, is that we've got also we've got 5 finalists this year with the IPMA awards in Berlin. One is the C3PM as Project Management Office of the Year, one of the 5 finalists. We've got the 3 projects that you just seen, and then we've got Rachel Jones that is also part of the finalists for Equity and Inclusion Award within IPMA. So congratulations to the other ones as well. And you can ask these guys who attended the World Congress last year, and then also the World Congress that is due in Berlin. I think it's 17, 18, round about September. There's some of the finalists going over, so all the best to those, and let's bring the gold back home. First of all, just a couple of thanks from our side. Now, Brent Vivier is not here, easy, because yes, I haven't seen a better closing thank you journalist all across this organization in my life before. But the expectations from his side is I'm not that good, so just a disclaimer up front. But he made reference to me about my suit when I was there at the water and sanitation one. But I think, Carl, you've gone one better. The bow tie just made it. Guys, you agree with me? Thanks, Carl, for just being the MC. Much appreciated. I think you've done a marvelous job, and thanks for that. Then from the event coordination, planning, and marketing, I'm not going to mention all the names, just certain ones of them. But Atia Kali, Merity Adams, and Sukat Ali, thank you very much. You guys have done great, and thank you for putting all of this together. From the speakers and our program lead, Nasifa Collins, the finance lead was Marion Philander, and then our awards lead, Rachel Jones. Then we've got the communications team, and especially Bruce, thank you for your willingness to be here. Always great to have you here. But the entire communications team, shout out to you guys. Thanks for all the hard work, all the posts on LinkedIn and on all the social media, even the event that is was a live broadcast on YouTube. So thank you for all of you. The general planning, the entire team, all the heads involved in C3PM, thank you to all of you. Then the coordination team and under CMU, thank you very much for your assistance and great work. And then the externals for eFlat Productions as well as Simnet. Thank you for the catering as well as for the services that you guys have provided. I hope you guys have enjoyed this event. All the award winners, can you please just stay behind? We would like to have a group picture with everybody just here so we can just conclude. So if you can please come down and then we can just conclude. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Colleagues, just a reminder for the organizing team to also make their way down with the award winners.